Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission (ICPC) with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa (CDD).
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggables, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Rest isn't laziness. It's your body's reset button. Hello, my name is Emmanuel Olise, and this is SOUQ Health Tips. Today, let's discuss one of the most underrated health boosters, sleep. You can eat right and exercise daily, but without good sleep, your body never truly recovers. Number 1, sleep is cellular repair. During deep sleep, your body heals, builds muscles, and restores energy. It's also when your brain clears out toxins and strengthens memory. 2, stick to a schedule. Go to bed and wake up at the same time every day, even on weekends. Your body thrives on rhythm. 3, create a sleep sanctuary. Dim lights, cool temperature, and 0 screens before bed. Your bedroom should tell your body it's time to rest. 4, avoid late caffeine and heavy meals. They interfere with deep sleep stages. Opt for herbal tea or light snacks instead. In summary, sleep isn't optional. It's essential medicine. Protect it like you would any prescription. I'm Emmanuel Olise, and this is SOUQ Health Tips. Sleep well, your body's counting on it.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme, Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols, and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and the federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the at national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12, Sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that's the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered instead of extension. So in other words, I will just say I really sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo, in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside world, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void, and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment, it is ripe and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity, because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos. And I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world, it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop, or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright, and the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols have been observed to the latter, have been protected and enforced as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling, and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. When we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues, and also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitators, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them, and it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have achieved so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed, and I also there are some things I am taking home. For instance, now. Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties, we just go abroad, go on tea party, shopping, but it's not more the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats, who know their honors, who take the bull by the horn and do what's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our situation in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because MDs, many of the MDs are here, even state governments, like Kogi State government is here, the SSG is here, the Attorney General of Plateau State was also here, and also some top directors in the federal MDA, they are here. So it's a high-class, high-level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we, technocrats, are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So they don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And I also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interest of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interest of the country first, and also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, or in private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can, in a good faith, in a sincerity. Don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make a closing remarks on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honorable Tajid Abbas. He has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your efforts in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse and the further issue being deliberated here. And it is believed that this message you have learned here, or what you have learned here, will be passed towards your chief executive officers, and at the same time you will guide them in achieving the necessary mandates in deciding issues of treaties, operation of treaties, and what have you. So at this juncture, on behalf of the Right Honorable Speaker, we wish you a safe return to your various destination, and we believe you will pass the message to all other necessary stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it's never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, okay? And they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Health remains one of life's greatest assets. Without it, productivity slows, dreams fade, and families struggle under the weight of medical bills. In a city as dynamic as Lagos State, access to affordable healthcare has become more than a social need. It is an economic necessity. That is why the Lagos State Health Management Agency, LASHMA, says it is taking the bull by the horns, driving compulsory health insurance, widening access, and pushing reforms designed to ensure that no resident is left behind. Present at the event were the Permanent Secretary, Lagos State Health Management Agency, LASHMA, Dr. Emanuela Zamba, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Information and Strategy, and Chief Host, Olanrewaju Bajulaye, the Vice Chancellor of Lagos State University, Professor Ibiyemi Olatunji Bello, ably represented, officials from the education and health sectors, media professionals, partner organizations, including the International Society of Media in Public Health, as well as students and parents, all gathered for the quarterly engagement aimed at reviewing progress and strengthening public awareness. According to the report compiled by Praise Matthias, the program opened with the national anthem, followed by a welcome address that set the tone for a day focused on healthcare access, youth engagement, and accountability. Bajulaye commended students who participated in the Ilera Eko essay competition and praised parents for raising future leaders.
Let me welcome you all to this very special program. Very special one in the sense that today for the first time we are actually taking care of our future. I sat down there and I saw the children and I said to myself, anything that you want done, you should let it be done by the children. And it is not strange when the Bible says, teach children on the way to go. When they grow up, they will not depart from it. This is our future. And I look at the whole thing, and that's where we actually want to take the thing to. Normally we have this media party quarterly, but today we are having the spice because we want to hand over. I know once you tell the children this is good and they buy into it, it's something that will go round and round and will continue that way. Some of us still hold on tightly to some things that we learned as children and is working for us today. So I will say that this is the right time for us to be here today. And children, I pray that you will not fall into bad health because you have taken the right path. From now, you should go back to school and tell people about LASHMA. When you get back home, tell your parents about LASHMA. Tell your friends, tell everyone around you that government is set to bring health, good health to our various doorsteps. Our colleagues, gentlemen of the press, our work is done once the children buy into this, and that is what we have seen. Some of them have gone through competitions, they've gone through series of research, and they have come tops in various categories. I want us to please let everyone in the whole world know what we are doing here today. Our parents, we want to thank you because if you have not brought these children, they won't be here today. And I pray that you will eat the fruits of your labor and you will not fall into bad health. Your health will be sound.
Goodwill messages followed, with speakers encouraging young people to remain creative, impactful, and committed to solving social challenges, regardless of their chosen careers.
Now I'm going to be the Goodwill message on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, distinguished Professor Ibiyemi Olatunji Bello. First of all, I want to applaud LASHMA for organizing such a competition. And again, I want to congratulate the winners of the competition. But the message is this: to the future leaders, the leaders of tomorrow,
when some of our students in mechanical engineering is part of the winner, I said, wow, that's fine. That one simply means, irrespective of your field, you can provide a solution. And I want to applaud you, the future leaders, that you should not delay. Your ingenuity, creativity is appreciated. I know there are many entries. For you to have one of the winners is a team that should be appreciated and be appreciated.
The permanent secretary of the agency, Dr. Emanuela Zamba, expressed appreciation to all guests for being present at the engagement. Speaking on the reason for the parley, she noted that it is their commitment to remain transparent and be accountable, and it is part of their deliberate efforts to keep Lagos residents informed about their activities and achievements. On the policy update, she said the agency has intensified enforcement of the executive order mandating compulsory health insurance for all Lagos residents and workers. According to her, ministries, departments, and agencies (MDAs) have undergone compliance checks, while public-facing agencies can now verify enrollment status through their portals.
I am pleased to report that in the first quarter of 2026, the agency trained 72 journalists in 2 batches in collaboration with ISMPH on social health insurance. This platform This initiative underscores the critical role of health writers in amplifying the right message. We commend your professionalism and your continued partnership. You will recall that the Lagos State government, under the visionary leadership of Mr. Governor, signed an executive order in 2024 mandating health insurance coverage across the state. Following this, the agency has intensified enforcement efforts across ministries, departments, and agencies, resulting in increased enrollment and more public service. We appreciate the head of service, Mr. Olabode Agboru, for inaugurating the enforcement team and issuing directives that have significantly strengthened compliance. Today, I am pleased to inform you that the agency has completed its first compliance assessment of NDAs. Agency with public interface can now verify residents' enrollment status seamlessly through their portals. In addition, National has expanded stakeholder engagement across local government areas and local council development areas in line with recommendations from previous engagements. To further improve operational efficiency, the agency has restructured its sales department, introducing roles such as cluster managers for the senatorial districts, area coordinators for the local governments and local council development areas. This restructuring enhances grassroots presence, expands access to enrollment points, and simplifies administration processes across the state. Healthcare providers are also being trained in line with the executive order, and the next phase of enforcement will focus on provider compliance.
Providing updates on implementation of the governor's executive order, Technical Assistant to the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Nifesimi Akinagbe, said enforcement is progressing in phases. The first phase targets ministries, departments, and agencies. Future phases will extend to the informal sector, vulnerable groups, and corporate Lagos.
As our practice every quarterly media planning, we're going to be giving an update on Mr. Governor's executive order, EOPS 01/2024, and it's the order of mandatory subscription, mandatory enrollment on the Lagos State Social Health Insurance Scheme, which is called ILERA ECO. So what I've said in all that English is that ILERA ECO is now compulsory in Lagos State. That's what that executive order is saying. Apart from the baseline assessment at the MDAs, we also need what we call the facility compliance readiness assessment. We went into the facilities. So all these hospitals, we wanted to make sure that they were ready to provide quality services. So if we are saying that ILERA ECO is compulsory and mandatory, we also need to make sure that the facilities are ready to provide qualitative services. And of course, also the areas of compliance approved for facilities as well, and we also check these areas of compliance. We did the first phase here from the 16th to the 27th of March, which in this first phase we looked at the PHCs, primary healthcare centers, I'm mentioning, and some private hospitals. So for the phase 2 and phase 3, we're going to the secondary facilities like the general hospitals and also the tertiary facilities, the federal tertiary facilities as well. Apart from public awareness and traffic engagement, one of our other major responsibilities as stipulated in the executive order is vulnerable coverage. So individuals that cannot pay for Ilera Eco, they cannot afford it. The government has made provision, and that's what we call the equity fund. And this equity fund has been increased from 1 billion to 3 billion in 2025, if I'm not mistaken. And currently we do what we call town halls. For individuals that have been enrolled under the equity fund, we go into the communities and conduct what we call the town halls in order to get feedback in terms of service delivery. And of course, from my presentation so far, you've seen that apart from Ilera Eco being mandatory, we are so big on quality. The Lagos State Health Management Agency makes sure that we are giving care that is qualitative enough. And one of the ways we can know that the enrollees are receiving quality care is through feedback. And that's what we get through these our town halls.
To tackle affordability, Lashma also introduced Ilera Eco Easy Pay, a mobile wallet system that allows residents to save gradually towards health insurance premiums.
Okay, yes, interestingly, it's a child of necessity. Residents are asking for flexible options of payment. Things are changing drastically, so we needed to respond to provide an initiative that can avail people the opportunity to pay small, as we say. So they will pay money into their electronic wallet in conjunction with our partners. And when this amount of money completes the full premium, for instance, 15,000 for an individual, they can be activated and they can access care at the hospital end. There are other benefits that we'll be introducing as we get started, but we need to take it in phase by phase. So as we get started now, make your instrumental payment. When it completes, you can access care, continue your wallet savings, and then you can get interest on that savings and much more benefit that will be coming the ways of Lagosians as we continue to deepen the opportunity for this electronic wallet payment.
Have the opportunity to save gradually within a period of 3 months. You can save up to 15,000 naira and then we would activate for an individual plan. If you can save up to 55,000 naira for a family of 4, father, mother, and 2 dependents, you will be activated. If you can save 80,000 naira for a family of 6 within the period of 3 months, you will be activated. Terms and conditions do apply to these, but this wallet is an electronic wallet. You'll be able to view from your phone once you put this wallet in conjunction with our financial and tech partners. That money is strictly for Ilera Eco. But however, we will allow you the opportunity to be able to also use your savings such that you can also pay interest on that savings, but particularly for the purpose of health insurance.
Beyond policy announcements, the Parley also celebrated young minds through the Ilera Eco essay competition, designed to raise awareness on healthcare, insurance, and universal health coverage. The competition attracted 731 entries, with winners emerging in 4 categories. In the Little Health Champions category for primary 4 to 6 pupils, winners received prizes ranging from 50,000 to 100,000 naira. The Young UHC Advocates category for junior secondary students offered prizes up to 150,000 naira. For the Future Health Leaders category, open to senior secondary school students, top winners received up to 200,000 naira. And in the UHC Innovators category for undergraduate and youths, the star prize stood at 250,000 naira. Winners were also decorated as Ilera Eco advocates, charged with promoting healthy living and health insurance awareness in their communities.
Ilera Eco is a scheme. Their idea is to make healthcare quite affordable and of a good quality to the residents of Lagos State. From today's activity, what I also want to tell residents of Lagos State is that they should enroll in the Ilera Eco scheme. It's a very good one.
I just want to say a big thank you to organizers of this competition and then this event. Thank you for honoring me with this award. I really, really appreciate it. I felt excited, I felt motivated, I felt thrilled because something to keep me motivated that success is not something that comes easily. It requires energy, requires consistency.
I feel excited because I didn't expect this opportunity.
I'm very happy so much. They are good to help family about debit. It helps family save money.
From policy enforcement to youth advocacy, from financial innovation to public engagement, the event reflected a clear message. Health insurance is no longer optional awareness. It is becoming a social responsibility. As Lagos continues its push towards universal health coverage, Lashma says transparency, collaboration, and innovation will remain central to building a healthier state.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome to Words of Our Fathers. Today, we'll be looking at a proverb. When the music changes, so does the dancing. What does this mean? It means that we must change. There must be change. Change is necessary in society. For companies, for individuals, for communities, for firms, for organizations, for the country itself. In the business world, there's something called diversification, where a company decides to either change a brand or go into other brands or go into other areas of manufacturing. For an individual, there's a need to change, the need to train, the need to develop one for the future. For communities, there's need for change. You need to build roads, you need to have water supply, you need to have electricity. One cannot just sit down and fold in terms thinking something will fall from the skies. We must endeavor to change, we must endeavor to initiate, create. So as we begin today, let us consider change. Let us consider new initiatives that will make life better for our people. The words of our fathers are words of wisdom. My name is Bayo Olaoye.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission ICPC with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa CDD.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape, where we go beyond headlines to understand what happened, why it matters, and what comes next. I am Olumide Shokoya. Now let me give you a taste of what's happening this morning. Inflation is easing, but food prices are rising. The stock market is still under pressure, and Nigeria's power sector is facing tough questions over subsidies and supply. The NGX loses another 106 billion naira as bearish sentiments continue. Is the market heading for a deeper correction? Now, headline inflation falls to 15.43%, but food prices accelerate. Are Nigerians actually feeling any relief? A report in the middle-income consumers received 70% of Nigeria's 1.9 trillion naira electricity subsidy, who is benefiting from the power subsidy system. The federal government targets 6,000 megawatts of electricity generation before December. Can Nigeria finally turn more generation into reliable power? Meanwhile, 31 states spent 252 billion naira on the security in just 6 months. Yet security remains a major challenge. Where is the money going, and is it delivering results? Now, the United Nations is calling for stronger actions against illegal mining networks linked to organized crime and terrorism. And Nigeria is exploring new fiber optic routes that could cut Burkina Faso's internet cost up to 50%. Could Nigeria become West Africa's gateway? We'll find out more on this. Don't go away.
Every time you spend money, you make a decision, not just about what you buy, but about the kind of economy you want to build. When you support a local business, you help create jobs, you help families earn, you help communities grow. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy. They reinvest in our neighborhoods. They create opportunity close to home. Before you click buy or choose where to shop, pause and ask, is there a local option? Because strong local businesses mean stronger cities. Stronger cities mean a stronger nation. Support local. Build the future. This message is brought to you in the interest of economic growth and national development.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself, agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice, pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better, and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. It's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for exports, especially in high-demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a larger share of global markets. But the transformation goes beyond exports. Across Africa, new farming techniques and policies are helping to meet domestic demand and reduce reliance on food imports, contributing to food security across the continent. Women are also a key part of Africa's agricultural revolution. They make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, and initiatives are empowering women farmers with resources and training to enhance productivity. From subsistence to sustainability, the future of agriculture in Africa is bright. With innovation, investment, and resilient communities, Africa is sowing the seeds of prosperity.
We've got just what you need right here at SOUQ Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. SOUQ was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. Talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. SOUQ studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, SOUQ founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, SOUQ founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. SOUQ acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. SOUQ has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, SOUQ shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. Let's start with the first story. Now, the Nigerian Exchange Limited closed Monday's trading session on a bearish note, with the market recording a decline in aggregate value. Now, the all-share index fell by 0.07% to 242,455 points from 242.619.20 points. Recorded on Friday. Now, the decline reflects continued weakness in the overall market sentiment. Equities market capitalization also dropped by 106.24 billion naira to 1.56 trillion naira. Up from 1.56 trillion at the close. Now, the latest decline extends markets cautious as investors continue to navigate profit-taking valuation concerns and broader economic pressures. With me also on the set is Dr. Idahosa Osamanse. Good morning. Welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape.
Olumide, good morning. Good morning, viewers. Good to be here again this morning, telling the good story about Africa.
All right. Talking about the good story, last week there was a decline. Yesterday there was a decline. Yesterday also there was a decline. So my question now is, what is still causing, or what is causing this decline? And is it still profit-taking, asset movement, or are investors just becoming more concerned?
Well, I think it's the natural market sentiments, and I don't think we should even look at it and call it something bearish, because it's just a marginal decline of 0.07%. It's less than even 0.5 or 0.5%. So it's quite marginal. Yes, it's slowing down, but you also see some people are gaining while some are losing, which is the way markets naturally and generally function. So the sentiment in the market is what determines that. Yes, of course, people talk about profit-taking. People are also looking at where to put their resource, and looking at the movement that is ongoing. So the graph is always not straight, up, down, up, down. That's what makes it market. And I think there's really nothing to worry or fear about.
So how long should we expect this decline? Because it's over a week now. Do you think it should extend? It would extend to a month, or would it be?
Well, I don't think it should be up to a month, because even if you look at the graph and the movement, you see that sometimes it gets up, sometimes it comes down. If you take some basic stocks, for example, in the banks, you see some went down over the week, but some went up again. And I think this is the sentiment you find in the market from time to time. So depending on the mood of the investors, that's what you see happen. People want to put their money where value is, and those movements will continue to happen from time to time. So yes, the breadth may be a little wide, because if you have looked at what happened yesterday, you had about some gainers and some losers, 36 losers and about 18 gainers. But overall, you look at the market capitalization, it's something still worth the while, and you look at the all share index, it's still up there where it is. So for me, yes, we must also be cautious to look at these things and see how that trend plays out. If you look at what happened for June and July, and you have some growth, and then at some point it comes, but I think it's just the natural reflections of the mood of the market. So hopefully, we're also going to see some gains today in some stocks, and then of course some also will lose, because every day some lose, some gain. And that's what really makes market interesting, and do buyers and sellers look at where values are, and they start to move some certain things. You know, because I was speaking to a friend of mine, I think it was last week, and he was saying to me that he saw that the way that First Bank was moving, and he felt that, look, oh yes, this is doing very well. I am suspecting that UBA is going to move, so I want to offload some of my First Bank and put it in UBA, so that when it starts to rise, I can get something. So this is a sentiment that you find in the Nigerian market, because a lot of us are speculators, and we want to quickly take something out and put it somewhere and quickly get value of it. So that kind of market dynamics will continue to determine where we make gains or where we make losses.
All right, so in your own opinion, what do you think could trigger the reversal of this bearish trend? Do you think new corporate earnings?
Well, I think corporate earnings, we're not getting there. A lot of people are also posting half-year results were beautiful as at June to July. So we've gone beyond half-year reports now. So working hardly into the third quarter. So I don't think that corporate earnings is a major issue at the moment. I also don't think that, because people also look at the banks, yes, profit-taking right now may be part and parcel of it, but people are also looking at these things are still going high, and they want to really earn more. So what are the things driving these things? Is the understanding of the market by our investor. It also depends on the motive that takes people to the market. So if you are a short-term trader, that will require your thinking. People want to quickly take something out. I told you yesterday of a situation where somebody was telling me that their MD came and said to them, you just put something, even if it is 6 months, you can pull it out. So that's short-term gain, a mindset. But the market is not a short-term market. It's a long-term market. Capital market is a market you invest in for a very long time, and then you earn in the future. So when we approach the market with this mindset of quickly taking profit out, you will see this undulation in the graph of the market. So I think it's just what it is. We're expecting that, of course, people will mature into this. A lot of people are moving stock by the day just to make as quickly gain as possible. Again, you don't blame people because of experiences. If you look at what happened in the markets in 2008 and up to 2015, and a lot of people lost some things, and these people are also cautious to see, okay, when trends are this way, we must begin to act in a particular direction. So we'll continue to see the up and down of the market, but I think what we have right now in terms of the percentage of the slide is not something to actually cause worry so much.
All right, so do you think that this cheaper evaluations would also create opportunities for new and long-term investors?
Yeah, a lot of people are getting into the market, and that's quite very important. You see, if you look at the level of Nigerian participation in our market, it's about 89%. Local, yeah. So which means a lot of us are buying more now.
Which sector is contributing to this 89%?
Well, I think it's across board. Most importantly, you find people are looking at stocks that are selling well. People are looking at oil and gas. People are looking at FMCG. People are looking at banking. Some people are also doing insurance and the rest of it. So there's a whole lot, and it's a potpourri of portfolios that actually are contributing this. A lot of people are in the market, and all manners of stocks are doing well at the moment because we're having local people having confidence in their market. But I think that is the real point where, of course, the NGS met the president, like I said yesterday, to see how we can also rethink our capital gain tax so that we can attract more foreign people to participate in the market. So if you have about 89%, which means about 11%, is what you are sourcing from the outside. We also need those outside money to part of the market. And that ecosystem that will make foreigners to bring money into the market must be created by the regime through policies, through legislations that will encourage people to be able to take their cash out at the end of the day. And then, of course, if they want to invest and there are no encumbrances around some of all those investments. So these are the issues that, of course, were laid bare before the president. And according to Mr. President, he said he was going to look into it. And I think with proper legislation, we can actually get a lot better. A lot of things that also people think about is the stability in the environment.
Yes.
And say, oh, can we sustain this? Like I have said, if we continue in the trajectory that we are today, and then, of course, embrace e-government so that a lot of things can become more transparent, I think people will continue to participate in our market.
Speaking of this 89%, how many percentage do you think the informal sector is contributing to this? Because, you know, we always talk about the informal sector, you know, coming in, trying to encourage them to, you know, come into the stock market so that, you know, it's not just a particular sector, it's not just the private or the corporate sector that is in it. I mean, the informal sector should also, you know, have a slice of this cake.
Well, I don't know. I don't have that data off my head right now to know whether as cooperating informal sectors are participating. But I know individuals do participate in the market. And to what extent that companies are able to also do that, SMEs even is not something that we can tell. Because, again, the level of literacy about the capital market is also very weak. If you remember, I said it the other day, the president was actually asking that we should be training our children from primary school to secondary school to understand how the market works. And if that kind of training is not given, a lot of people don't even know what is happening in the market. And so it's like elite capture. So the elite are the one who understand the market, and they are the one playing right there in the market. There are a whole lot of people who could actually grow their capital inside the market, but they don't have that information or knowledge. So I think is that continuous education to enlighten the populace that look the values that you can gain in the market. And then, of course, we can show them by practice to say, okay, if you put money in this market and it grows over a period of time, you can actually get SY sum. And that kind of value can also add to your business so that you can be able to absorb risk when they come in case of force majeure, as they say. So I think a lot of enlightenment is required so that people can participate. The informal sector, I don't think they believe in the market so well, but we need to encourage people to take advantage of the market. But personally, individuals, yes, who are enlightened, who knows how the market works, also put their resources in there.
All right, so let's move on to the next story. Now, Nigeria's headline inflation rate eased to 15.43% in July 2026, down from 15.91% recorded in June. Now, the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, disclosed this in its July 2026 Consumer Price Index report released on Monday. The latest figure represents a 0.48 percentage point decline in headline inflation, indicating a moderation overall price pressure. Now, however, the improvement was accompanied by renewed pressure on food prices, with food inflation accelerating sharply on a month-on-month basis. Now, the development could continue to strain household purchasing power, particularly as food remains a major component of consumer spending across Nigeria. Doctor, I know sometimes we always disagree on this. You've always said that, Nigerians are enjoying, there's so much wealth in the land, but, the report is saying that food inflation is still high, and it's affecting purchasing power and household income. So what's your thought on this? Do you agree with this?
Well, I think it's important for us to also appreciate things the way they are. The headline inflation has eased, okay. So which means, of course, we've seen that some prices are coming down. And then, of course, where you have the whole issue is around the issues about food and food pricing.
Yes.
And I think there's a whole lot that we can think about in terms of food inflation. Number one, we look at the cost of transportation. Logistics is still a very big problem. Roads construction are ongoing across the Federation, but they are not Uhuru yet. Some people travel for a very long distance to bring this food to the market. And that cost that is incurred on the road is a big problem. Now, we also talk about the kind of taxes that are collected by state and non-state actors from farmers and the rest of it, and how that also affects the prices of food in our country. And also don't forget the fact that we're also having a huge problem in terms of rural-urban drift. And this is leaving the rural area starved of workforce to produce food for the market. I always use my own village, for example. Growing up, I knew the number of farmers who were in the village working with their children in the farm and working alongside with him. As a young boy, we have 4 boys, 4 girls, and we follow our fathers to the farm. And then, of course, it was the produce of those farms that we use to be trained in school. Now, when you go to that same village today, you won't see that kind of a structure. Most of the children who are supposed to be in the farm, they are all in the city. Some of them may not even be doing too well in the city. But just the fact that, oh, my children have left home, is also putting pressure on the production of foodstuff. And this is why you see that the prices themselves are also going up. So how do we make agriculture so attractive to young entrepreneurs? And I think that's where we need to actually re-emphasize. How can we make farm a little more less tedious than it was when we were there? So all those arguments are the things that are going to contribute to whether the price of food is going to come down. Because like I said, this is not government-produced food. Farmers will have to factor in the cost of their input into the farm. And if the cost of input is going up, not necessarily because fertilizers are expensive, because you have to pay the person who's taking it from the farm to the market, and then, of course, you have to settle some people along the way, and all these are adding up to the prices of food. I think those are issues that, of course, may be affecting food prices. And again, in some places, we can also not take away the issue of insecurity that have festered for so long, that some people are not able to go to farm. And where people go to farm, of course, they have to be paying royalty to some certain miscreants who call themselves rulers in those places. So these are issues that are affecting food inflation, in my view. And I think we need to do a lot more in terms of encouraging people by producing equipment that may not be quite expensive, that can make farm a lot attractive to young entrepreneurs.
What about purchasing power? The report also mentioned purchasing power. It's one thing for food to be readily available. It's also one thing for you to be able to afford it. So what is also causing this decline in purchasing power?
Yeah, you see, the issue is, if you're earning 100,000, for example, and the price of food is low, you have more money in your pocket.
Okay.
Yeah. So your purchasing power becomes high. But if there are few goods in the market and the prices are extremely very high, it empties your pockets. It's that simple. So, yes, the purchasing power of people will have to go down because we spend more these days on food. So as you are spending on food, you are having a whole lot things that will give you, take money away from your pocket. I was speaking with my friend the other day, and he was telling me that in Vancouver that, you see, a kilo of fish that they used to buy for 10 Canadian dollar is now about 100 Canadian dollar. So what that means is that it's taking more money from your pocket. And so your disposable income becomes a little very small and weak. So if we have to reverse this trend, then of course we have to produce more. Because the more food we have in the market, the better it will be. And then of course we must also see that sometimes seasons also have a way of affecting what the cost of food items are in the market. So again, how do we think like the biblical Joseph to prepare during the 7 years of abundance for the 7 lean year? That's quite important. So if you are not thinking in that direction, then there'll be a big problem. So what did Joseph do? He had to build silos to receive some grains. And then, of course, when the lean year came, they had opportunity and they had more food in stock. Though there was famine and drought everywhere, but at least Egypt has some food to eat. So I think these are things that we must also be contemplating in modern time. We need to build more silos so that as we're having seeds, we can store enough for what they call the rainy day. We need to build cold storages for perishable goods. That's also very important. Now we are in the season, tomatoes is coming out, but how do we preserve them fresh? So that when we are off season, around October, November, December, January, that we still have fresh tomatoes in the market and they are not as expensive. So that will require a lot of massive investment in that value chain. So, and if we are not doing all of that, it will be difficult for us to be able to get the value that we need from a cultural product. So as long as prices are high, it will affect the purchasing power of the people. So let's produce more, let's put storages in place, let's work on our logistics systems to reduce the turnover time. So if I'm traveling from here to Abuja, a journey that should naturally take me 8 hours, and I have to do 13 hours, which means I have to burn more diesel, I have to burn more fuel. And now, I'm not fetching fuel from the public tap. So I'm buying it from the pump station. And therefore, if I'm going to do that number of days, which means, for example, you are traveling to Lagos, from Lagos to Abuja, and you are going to return. So you factor in 2 days. But that journey, if it was done well, you could actually have done that maybe in a day. So all these things are the issues that are affecting the prices of food. And we need to do a lot, improving logistics, reducing travel time, and then, of course, also connect the entire system with train so that things that can move on the track should not be on the road. So these are some of the issues that we must also deal with. When Le Pen visited the president about 2 days ago, last week, they also talk about how to revamp the over 30 depots and the pipelines that's across the federation. You see, that again will help so that the cost of petrol or diesel can also go down a little, because if you also factor in the cost of distribution for this product, also add to the cost of transportation. These are issues that I think require to be addressed if we have to have more money in our pockets.
All right, so I know recently there's a report stating that the Nigerian Labour Congress is also planning to propose a new minimum wage. Do you think, going by what happened the last time when minimum wage was increased and inflation went up again, do you think that we are ready for another circle of this saga?
Well, I don't think it's out of place for people to request an increase in their wage so that they can be able to account for their cost of living. It's a normal thing to be done. But I keep wondering why, for example, we cannot tie wages to the consumer price index, so that as cost of living is increasing, wage naturally will increase. But the unfortunate thing here is the fact that the earnings of government is also decreasing vis-a-vis the societal expectations from government. People want to see their government build good roads. People want to see their government build good hospitals. And so more and more, you find that the things that governments are putting their hand into on a daily basis is increasing against what income that is coming into the hands of government. So I think before people also propose whether to increase wage, they must also be thinking of how to generate that resource. Because if wages are increased, the cost of goods and services also will go up. That's what it is. So government may be needing more taxes, which also may be affecting more companies in terms of making more profits. And if companies are not making profits, they cannot expand. And if companies are not expand, the chances that your children who are in school will get a job become very difficult. I think labor must also have to understand that. That's not just about them. It's also about the future of their children who are in school. So that if we don't draw that balance, we eat today, and the people for tomorrow will not be able to eat. Because where we are right now, of course, for government to be able to make this obligation to increase your wage, then they have to do a lot of borrowing. And the repayment may not be in your own time, it may be in the time of your children. And the things that you enjoy today, your children may suffer it tomorrow. So we must be able to create balance to see what is the contribution, what are we able to generate, and what proportion of that what has generated is going to be spent on less than 0.05% of the people who work for government. And then what percentage will be spent on the rest of society who are contributing their taxes to make government function. That balance must be put on the table while negotiations are ongoing.
All right, Doctor, so I'm trying to get the full picture of what you're saying. You're also saying that we should tie minimum wage to wage income and all that. And you also explained that for governments to make these obligations possible, they will have to tax, of course, the private sector and borrow and all that, which also means that some in the private, it will definitely affect the private sector more than the public sector if we were to look at things. So is there any other way around it? If we decide to say, okay, let's not increase minimum wage, what else, what solutions can be brought in? I know there was a time, that was the public sector, they were giving about 35,000 naira for the civil servants and all that, but the private sector didn't really, benefit from it. I know BRT buses had 25% discount at a point. It was also said that the private buses, the yellow buses, would give 10%, which we did not. So what other incentives can be coined around this? And what can state government, this should not also rely on the national, the subnational should also be able to come up with brilliant ideas, to ease standard of living.
Well, it's quite a complex situation. Absolutely very complex. Because number one, we have huge infrastructure gap. We don't have train system that's as efficient as it should be. Not even intra-city train system. If you take, for example, Lagos, that operate train, you find that from Marina to Maitu, probably from Songo area to Oyimbo. That's the only area covered. And there are still other places within Lagos that don't have those rail coverages, which could help. Yes, you talk about public buses. Now, don't also forget, you see, sometimes our own culture of maintenance is a very big problem. I look at some of the BRT buses that are not 10-year-old, and I look at their state. It only tells you one thing, that we are somewhat of a prodigal. Don't value things, and we can't maintain them. Look at the interior. When those buses were introduced, they had air conditions on. But when you go and look at the body of those buses today, in short, they are worse off than the Molues of those days right now. And that's quite pathetic for a mega city like Lagos. So I think that government could do a lot in terms of subsidizing transportation. But majorly, transportation is really not the key issue. The key issue is also food. So what do we do in that regard? Like I've always advocated, people also should be encouraged to see how to cut their coats according to their cloth. Yes.
That's very important. So that we reduce from our want list so that we can meet our basic needs. I think that is fundamentally very important. I was sharing with some people 2 days ago a scripture where, of course, Jesus was saying to his disciples that they should not be looking for validation, that he's not looking for the validation from people. Because some of the things that we do here that also is accounting for the problem is the fact that the way we consume. I see people whose income may not be up to 10 million naira per annum, and they go to put their children in private universities. That's a big problem. And maybe if you have 2 or 3 children in that kind of a private university, you must be looking for other means to survive. And whereas we have public universities, we have polytechnics. Now again, you have some people who don't even have the capacity to, or the rigor to face academies. They are also pushed into the school system rather than encourage them to learn trade that can bring food to their table fastly as possible. So all these kind of lifestyle is all things that are affecting us. And I think that if we ourselves can also address the way we live, a lot can become real better. But there's something that was done in the UAE. I keep mentioning that. You know, they used to say teachers' reward in heaven. And in the UAE, the government deliberately did an investment for the teachers in Etisalat. Yes. And they were asked to pay 40,000 dirhams as their equity contribution. But government knew that these teachers don't have that kind of money. So they paid it in advance and took it over time from their salary. And so apart from their any income from government as salary or private places where they are working as salary, at the end of the year, the dividend from that portfolio investment also make life worth it for some of them. And I think those are kind of the creative ways I feel that government can also put in place to help workers. Then encourage more of public insurance in terms of health so that when children are sick, they can rely on HMO, and it's not going to take so much out of their pocket to be able to achieve.
All right. Also, I wanted to mention this before we go on a break. Recently, Lagos State Governor Babajide commissioned a fresh food hub in Agege Pen Cinema, which has the facility to house about 1,500 food trucks daily, and I can also handle over 1 million metric tons of food annually. Do you think that this hub, can actually reduce food prices, and do you think that we should have more food hubs across states?
Well, I don't think it's creating the hubs that is the problem. It's producing the food that is the major issue. You have to produce first before you distribute. The hubs is for distribution.
Yes.
So the problem is not in the distribution. The problem is in the production. How do we produce food that is enough for all of us to be able to eat? Just like Lagos State is creating hubs, other places are also requiring and putting pressure on this. So it depends now on where the value is that the farmer may decide to send his foodstuffs to. So the hubs are fine and they are nice. Part of the logistic infrastructure we talk about. But the most important thing is to emphasize where we are going to get the food to come. Lagos has the largest rice processing plant in somewhere in Ijeda in Ikorodu. Yeah, and it is the biggest in West Africa. But Lagos don't have paddy.
Deal with Kebbi State. What happened?
Yeah, but there are a lot of rice processing mills in Kebbi that require paddy. So people need to do farm to produce paddy that the processing machine is going to require. So you may have a large machine that's underutilized. And I think that's what Lagos is at the moment. So we must be strategic in this kind of initiative and investment. First, be sure that we have created an ecosystem where the production of food, for example, is massive. And then we're now looking at how to now democratize distribution. Then these hubs become very important. I think it's the production hub that we need to emphasize more. Yeah, when Lagos and Kebbi had that agreement, when we used to have those lake rice, there were a lot of farms in Kebbi. They produce those rice, the processing machine in Kebbi process it, and they bag it and ship it to Lagos for commercial sales. So that worked for a while. But when government changes, policy also changed. And that died with a regime. And the new regime had a different idea. And that's what led to the establishment of the rice mill in Ichede. But to what extent it has produced rice is something to be debated on another day. But my argument from the session is that if you don't have paddy, then of course we're going to have a lot of downtime in your processing mill. So how do we generate the paddy that is required is where Lagos need to work a lot hard.
So, Doctor, don't you think can we break down this value chain? For instance, Benue is known as the food basket of the nation. Let's get Benue to farm. Let's get another state to produce, to store, or manufacture other things, convert these raw food, agricultural products, into something that can be exported. Because back in the 90s and the 80s, agriculture was a boom. It was booming, actually. The export was dependent on agriculture. But these days, we've seemed to gone to oil, because oil seems to be the new gold and all that. So can we find a way of breaking down this value chain so that Lagos is not burdened with so much pressure of looking for a rice mill, paddy, and this and that? We can actually break it down and states collaborate.
Well, I think that level of collaboration is very important. It's the idea around trade by barter, that if you produce an item that I don't produce,
yes,
wisdom demands that I exchange what I have,
yes,
for what you have. So that barter system is still in operation, in a way, but it may not be as crude as it used to be, where you would need to carry a goat for beans or something like that. But that's very important. How states within a certain region can bond together to specialize in the production of certain agricultural products, or if not even agricultural products, or even technological products. So if we have a hub in Lagos, for example, where young people are doing excellently well in terms of ICT, then we have them create that hub so that those who need ICT in other states can actually come within Lagos. I think that specialization is very important. We have seen that in places like in the EU, where countries specializes on the basic thing, and then they produce those things and they ship to other neighboring countries. So as they are buying from others, people are also buying from them. And that is creating or oiling the wheel of the economic progress in that society. So that can also be replicated in part of Africa, where we must have to find a way to create that market within ourselves. So if Benue is good in producing yam, Onitsha is good in producing yam, Abuja is good in producing yam. Now, these are like yam markets. They distribute to the others. So states like Borno that are good in beans production or good in onion production can also cross over to this side with their onions and with their beans to buy yam, for example. And those who cannot produce beans or who cannot produce yam, like in the southeast and southwest, we can produce palm oil that can be traded with those things. So it is within us to be able to look at where our strength lies and then optimize those strengths to generate value for society. But definitely, there's a whole lot of resources that is required for the investment in the value chain of agriculture. And if we don't have those kind of money, we may not be able to do it as immediately as possible. But what option is left for us? We can also look out for people in the world who have successfully done these things and ask them to invest in our own system to create the same structural systems that is working for them in their country, and then we can enjoy the benefits.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor. I think we're due for a break. So we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue with SOUQ Business Landscape. Stay tuned.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself, agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice, pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better, and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. It's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for exports, especially in high demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a larger share of global markets. But the transformation goes beyond exports. Across Africa, new farming techniques and policies are helping to meet domestic demand and reduce reliance on food imports, contributing to food security across the continent. Women are also a key part of Africa's agricultural revolution. They make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, and initiatives are empowering women farmers with resources and training to enhance productivity. From subsistence to sustainability, the future of agriculture in Africa is bright. With innovation, investment, and resilient communities, Africa is sowing the seeds of prosperity.
Back to SOUQ Business Landscape. Let's move on. Now, the federal government's electricity subsidy disproportionately benefited middle-income consumers in 2025, with customers in Band B and C receiving about 70% of 1.93 trillion naira subsidy, according to new report. Now, the report found that consumers in the lower tariff categories benefited substantially from government support, raising concerns about the distribution and efficiency of the subsidy system. Meanwhile, customers in Band A, Nigeria's highest electricity service category, effectively contributed an estimated 101 billion naira towards subsidizing consumers in lower tariff bands. The findings could intensify calls for reform to Nigeria's electricity subsidy framework, particularly as the government seeks to balance affordability for consumers with the financial sustainability of the power sector. Doctor, this is quite interesting. Would you say that this electricity subsidy is what was set out, the framework, and what was set out is being achieved? Because it's saying here that the middle income earners, and it's basically Band B and Band C. I'm under Band A, so I'm not enjoying that subsidy. I'm paying premium. But you think that this is what the federal government set out to achieve?
Yeah, but I think it will be very, very erroneous to assume that middle-income earners are the ones benefiting. Because the benefit is not based on individual social class.
Okay.
They are based on the area where you live. And in most cases, because you live in an area, may not deliberately move you into a social class if your income is weak.
Okay.
So we have a lot of people who are living below poverty that are living in areas where they are paying Band A value. That's the biggest challenge with the banding system. So take, for example, you and Dangote, you are living in the same place.
In Banana Island?
In Banana Island.
I don't think so, Doctor.
So, you are likely to be paying the same. But in terms of status, you are not the same.
Definitely.
And I think that's what is happening. I wish it is possible for status to be established. So we actually know those who are in the upper income class, those in the middle income class, and those in the low income class, that irrespective of the area where they live, that they are able to pay, they enjoy this tariff based on their social class, not just defined by territory.
But Doctor, 1 minute. I thought that there are certain areas that actually define your social status, like the Banana Islands, the Ikoyi, and the GRAs, and all that. I think those areas actually determine your social state, because for you to afford staying in those areas, you need to be paying premium.
Well, don't forget that there are some people who were living in those areas before they became well established.
Okay.
And in some places you find that the persons have lived there even before civilization came in there, and they are still living in those areas. So the fact that they are resident or they own land in those areas doesn't make them people of high income class, but you have to base income on what people currently earn. And those data really, they are not things that you can source in Nigeria. So it is difficult to really be able to stratify people based on their social classes. So you have some people who are living in Banana Island or Ikoyi here, and they are living in the side of that particular geography that represent the poor. So if you take, for example, Lagos Island here, now you look at Apapa on the other side. Right there at Apapa, look as if it is a very high income class, but you have boundary there. You have Ajekule side, where you have people of low income. And if that geographical space is defined, for example, for Band A, everybody there is paying Band A. So it doesn't mean that the people who are living in Jaro, in Apapa, the people living in Boundary or Ajegule have the same income level. So that's the point I'm making. So I wish it's possible to actually define who enjoys a Band A based on income category. But again, another question would be is that will people be ready and willing to declare what their income categories are? It's a fundamental problem in our environment. So you'll see people who are actually supposed to be high net worth individuals actually claiming that they are low class or they are upper class because they just want to pay less. Because in this climate, we don't see public good as something that all of us collectively own. We see it as something that belongs to government, something we can benefit from, something we can pillage or, if possible, plunder for our personal use.
All right, Doctor, middle last year, I stay in SOUQ. We were upgraded from band B to band A without our consent, our knowledge. So what do you think this goes? What parameters do they use to measure where to allocate these bands? Because last year we were on band B and we were doing fine. But all of a sudden we noticed that we were upgraded to band A without any prior knowledge or information.
Well, people have CDS,
Yes.
Community Development Associations that negotiate on behalf of residents. And sometimes these decisions are taken on your behalf.
On my behalf?
Oh, yes. Because there are some people who are well off enough and they are living in the same environment with you. They can afford it and they want more light. And you don't need more light. So, and then the CDA come together and say, oh, we think we need 24-hour light or 20 minimum hour light. So it will be important and good for us to migrate to band A. So those decisions can be taken on your behalf because of the place you live and the CDA that is representing you and what they are also negotiating on your behalf. So that happens. So because some people need more light, some people may not be needing the light. So what you can do in that regard is that you have to now find your level.
But I've been staying there for over 10 years and we were doing practically fine. Just like you said, we were the dwellers of that particular area and we sort of got upgraded.
Yeah, so nature upgraded you. So if you're a landowner there, sell a piece of land and upgrade also. I think those are the things that can be done. But by and large, I think it's also a good thing for society that people within band A are paying about 209 naira per unit. And there are still some people who are paying 57 naira per unit. So what you are losing in the middle, lower class, you're actually gaining in the upper class. And I think that it is important that distribution companies stick to those arrangements. So you are collecting money for me, premium money for me, because you are supplying me between 20 and 22 hours light per day. And then incessantly, maybe due to power failure, collapse of grid, then we're not even able to enjoy 5 hours in a day.
All right, another issue I'd like us to discuss is metering, which I know even our organization has had a bit of scuffle with. Metering is one of the gaps, electricity gaps, that is actually causing what you call estimated billing. They just bring this ridiculous bill and they estimate that, oh, this particular company, they should have massive equipment and all that, so let's give them outrageous bills. I mean, we've experienced this even in this organization. What can be? And I remember former Vice President Yemi Oshibajo at a point gave an order that all households across Nigeria should be metered. I don't know why that was never achieved.
Well, I think for me, the problem with metering, I will say is self-inflicted.
By the discos?
You see that the disco does not want everybody to have a meter.
To what end?
And I think there's more to it. They can now actually estimate their own power loss.
Okay.
Apart from the fact that it empowers some of their foot soldiers who are carrying ladder everywhere to disconnect at the end of the month and then get reimbursed for disconnection fee and all that. Because naturally, if DISCO says, if you don't have meter, we will not give you light. Everybody will procure meter. We don't even need government to do it. There were times that people were even bribing to get meters.
Yes. The old meters.
Yeah. People were paying bribe. People were paying as much as 100,000, 150,000 to own a meter. At a certain point, they were going to give you meter, and they said, okay, they are going to be deducting it from your daily usage, which means actually it's like a prepaid kind of meter. So every time you recharge, they take some certain percentage of your recharge as a cost of offsetting the meters. All of this, if you do that in 1 year, everybody will be metered. But I think both the consumer and the DISCOs are both benefiting somehow.
How are the consumers benefiting?
I've seen situations where people who don't have meter, they can use iron plates to cook.
Okay.
Immediately meter enters into their house, they drop the iron plates.
Okay.
Some people are producing blocks, ice block.
Baking also?
And all of that, which consume huge electricity. Because if you're now on prepaid meter, so you have to buy the units.
Yes, definitely.
To run those kind of things. So, to some extent, I believe that both parties are complicit in this matter. So if we really want to meter Nigeria, I think it's possible. You look at it, even when government came out to say, okay, we want to procure some meter from you, you go install for people for free. DISCO say, no, there's a cost attached to it. We will not install for free. They have to pay some money. So these are the complex nature of the metering challenge in Nigeria. And I think that if DISCO wants people to be metered, in less than a year, everybody will have a meter.
All right.
But we need to account for some of the gaps that are in there. And therefore, if we have these things, we can tell government and say, last year, we lost this volume of energy. And therefore, you may not even be willing to pay for the things that you have used. These are, for me, negative geniuses that is creating trouble for us as a country.
All right, thank you very much. Also joining us via Zoom is Adeni Ifetaya. So glad to have you this morning, Adeni Ifetaya.
Yeah, good morning from here. It's my pleasure to join.
All right, thank you very much. We were discussing about electricity subsidy. The report says that middle-income earners are actually the ones benefiting from this electricity subsidy. Do you agree with this? And how do you think the federal government can restructure this so that low-income earners can actually benefit? Or do you have any other recommendations?
Yeah, thank you very much. Electricity is a germane topic. I don't know at which parameter they arrive and say that middle-income consumers benefit more. I felt that the lower income, those who I feel they are in the informal sector, which made a large chunk of our drive our economy, should be more beneficial. Of course, government is for the people. It's not that they are there to do business. In as much as the sector has been privatized, government also should look out for those low-income earners, because it beat my imagination. I thought when you look at the pyramid, they should start from the bottom up. But this time around, going to the middle, I don't know what are the statistics. I don't know what they are trying to achieve. Another thing I feel that the government can do, which I feel that this administration is trying to put in place, is empowering the state to generate their own electricity, so that to bring about the healthy competition. You can start to test run it if you have, especially those people who have 20, 30, or 40, or 28 local government, have what we call PPP, a public-private partnership, bringing more people in that sector that can generate power. Nigeria have abundance when it comes to solar in part of this country, in part of this Nigeria. If it is solar, there's wind energy. There are different ways that they can generate energy. I think government should they should do more to drive the sector more, so that it can be it can, what will I say now? It can bring in more people in that sector to invest. You can say, okay, if you're investing in electricity to generate, whether between the state and an individual and to distribute or what have you, we'll give you like 2 years or 3 years holiday. That will snowball to those low-income earners or those people who are in that sector. In as much as everybody in their own home, we have their own prepaid meter, because you must pay for what you use. You must pay for what you consume. I was listening to the doctor the other time while he said that some people who used to use what was it called, iron or cooking gas, no, not cooking gas, I mean electricity, kettle, are using baking machine and all of that, which consume. Now they are very conscious of what they use. I'm sure there will be a time you get to some area in the past, people just on the light, recklessly, they leave it, outside in the afternoon. But now everybody is being conscious. But I'm of opinion, yes, I agree, pay for what you consume. But of course, the low income earner should be looked after more than any other people.
All right, thank you very much, Adeni Feta. There's also been this call, I think from the Genco, or from the discourse rather, that they should actually remove the subsidy, electricity subsidy, total removal of electricity subsidy. I remember a particular state in the East, one tried it and the state government protested and said, no, it would not happen. But we also know that this discourse, they are in a web of debt that they are trying to get out of. And a lot of them have been complaining that they have not recuperated their investment. Do you see a way out, or what are your recommendations?
With all due respect, with the Genco, I think when they came, few of them or some of them came as a businessman. They just felt it's a sector that they can exploit. I'm sure you and I were in this country then when the arbitrary bill, they will just bring a bill for you that you must pay. There's no way to calculate it or to regulate it. But thanks to some of the reform in the in the energy sector, whereby they are being mandated, you must meter all Nigerians. You must estimate. Initially they just give you an estimated bill. That era has gone to an end. Let people pay for what they use. Just like when you are in our telecommunication, if you buy your credit or recharge card, as we call it, if you have your credit there, you can make call as much as you like. If you don't have it, you stay on your own. If you want to enjoy it, you pay for it. So but when they come, most of the condition they gave to them, they just felt that they just be coming with a estimated bill anyhow so that Nigerians can pay. But with the reform in the energy sector, subsidy, calling for subsidy now, it will be to remove the subsidy in that sector. It will inflict more pain to ordinary Nigerians. Yes, I know a lot of people who live in GRA, people who are the upper echelon, people who are in the position of authority, they might have means to pay. And just like they said, maybe in the middle sector, but those are the informal sector should be looked into. And also, I will also encourage them to also come up with, instead of removing subsidy, can we come up with, if it's a mini solar power. I remember when I newly moved to an area, there was no electricity there. So I was just managing what we call in those days, I passed my neighbor generator, but it's not now fuel generator, but it's a solar generator with just one panel, just to power some basics, and which I used for almost 3 or 4 years, but now we have light. So whatever it is they can do, the state government, instead of crying that let's remove subsidy, or whether Disco are saying they are battling with some debt. And thanks to federal government, I think they release some funds for them, but they should also do part of their own. When you take over a business, when you take over an institution, you inherit both liability and asset, and you must just like I remember vividly that all Nigerians will be metered. Doctor said something that time that if it is 1 year for them to meter all Nigeria, I'm not sure our Disco they are ready for that. And we talked about Genco briefly. It's not generating power, that is our problem. But the Disco, they don't have the capacity, they don't invest more to receive what Genco has generated so that they can distribute it. So we are losing both ways, whether they generate 6,000 or 10,000, or we have capacity to generate 10,000. But the Disco that we have, they don't have that capacity to receive such, and they don't have the capacity to transmit that such. So government, you also make it, if you don't want us to remove subsidy, invest more, put more infrastructure in place, not something you've been using in the last 20 years, and you accept that you agree that we serve the new era that we have. So as world evolve, as country evolve, I think our infrastructure, whether private or public, should also improve so that we can meet up and also operate in the standard that has been operated in all over the world, in advanced or in the developed countries.
All right, thank you very much, Dini Ifetai. Let's quickly move on to the last story. Now, Nigeria is exploring new fiber route through Niger and Benin that could reduce internet connectivity cost in landlocked Burkina Faso by up to 50%. Now, the proposal forms part of discussions between Nigeria and Burkina Faso in expanding digital cooperation, with Nigeria seeking to leverage its growing fiber infrastructure to improve connectivity across West Africa and the Sahel. Now, the planned route could provide Burkina Faso with more affordable and reliable access to international internet capacity while strengthening regional digital links for Nigeria. The initiative could also expand its role as a regional digital infrastructure hub and create new opportunities across border telecommunications services. Starting with you, Doctor, who stands to benefit the most from this? The telecom operators, Nigeria's infrastructure providers, businesses, who stand to gain most from this partnership?
Well, I think we've been talking too much about having an ECOWAS that will work.
Yes.
Where business, of course, can be transacted easily between countries within the ECOWAS sub-region. When you are building this kind of infrastructure, everybody is gaining. The landlocked countries are gaining, and then, of course, the people who are building this network are also gaining. So it means we can also send data to these places. We can do business with those places. And it's putting those infrastructure in place to facilitate trade between both nations. So in my view, everybody has something to gain. And I think there are things that should be encouraged within the sub-region. Nigeria being big brother within the sub-region must also take those initiatives. Don't forget that we're having, especially our bank, extending their tentacles into these areas. So they also need data to be able to operate and be profitable in this area. So whatever resource that we are putting in this region, and I think is for the common good, for the people that are putting it, and then for the people who are also receiving, in this case, Burkina Faso, Mali. So this, for us, can actually create that ecosystem where favorable trade arrangement can happen within the ECOWAS sub-region.
All right, thank you very much. Lastly, Adeni Ifetai, what future prospects do you see from this deal? Do you think that Nigeria would start to trade between countries? Do you think this would also bring us together as the African Union we have, been clamoring for?
Yes, of course, it will encourage trade, it will encourage movement, it will encourage, I said it in one of your sister program that Africans, they said the statistics shows that between 12 to 18% Africans country do business with one another. So the rest of the 80%, the rest of our treasure, our businesses are done with the other continent, which is not good for us. So this is a good one. Of course, Nigeria is being regarded as African giant and big brother, and we are taking that step in the right direction. Just like you said, we have so many businesses in Nigeria who are expanding to other country. We have fintech, we have telecommunication, we have banking and all of that. So it's a good one for us. And of course, if they can do it to, cut internet costs for our brother nation, our sister nation, that Burkina Faso, I think they should also look in that right direction to also reduce the cost of internet, because Nigeria, we are data-driven, especially internet-driven economy, the way we are going. So in as much as we are doing this to open more trade, to open more businesses, to open more movement between Nigeria, to allow more businesses to be carried out, and they should also look inward and give us a means that to reduce the cost of internet. Of course, it will create more employment. I'm sure when some of our banks are opening up, and they will bring some of our people, they will take them, those who have been trained here, over there. And of course, it also increase our bilateral relationships. So I think it's a good one, and Nigerians stand to benefit. Of course, Burkina Faso also stand to benefit.
All right, thank you very much, Adeni Faitayo from Canada. So glad to have you this morning on SOUQ Business Landscape.
Thank you, it's my pleasure.
Thank you very much, Dr. Idaoso Samaze, for joining us on SOUQ Business Landscape.
A pleasant opportunity to talk about Africa and Nigeria indeed, and I think it's my pleasure as always. God bless your day, viewers out there.
All right, and that's our SOUQ Business Landscape for today. From stock markets to inflation to electricity, security, illegal mining, and digital infrastructure. Now, today's developments show how policy, investments, and economic conditions can directly shape your money, your business, and your everyday life. Now, the big question is not just what happened, but why it happened, who benefits, who is affected, and what comes next. I am Olumide Shokoya. Thank you for watching SOUQ Business Landscape. Stay informed, stay ahead, and always look beyond the headlines. Have a productive day.
It begins with the ordinary. A shopper walks into a supermarket, picks a product from the shelf, marked 2,000 naira, and gets to the counter only to be told it costs 2,400 naira. To most Nigerians, it's just another frustrating moment at the checkout. But to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, it's a violation, one that captures the complex realities of consumer rights and fair competition in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector. Between March and August 2025, the FCCPC recorded 1,543 consumer complaints within the FMCG sector, the second highest across all industries during that period. The complaints range from deceptive marketing and product defects to poor disclosure of terms and delayed complaint resolution. The FMCG industry, known for its quick turnover and intense price sensitivity, remains one of Nigeria's most competitive sectors. Yet, beneath its vibrancy lies a network of compliance hurdles and market pressure points. Bayo Olaoye notes in this special report that the FCCPC continues to face tough challenges in maintaining balance between regulation and market realities. He explains that some trade associations allegedly adopt restrictive practices such as uniform pricing, high membership fees, and entry barriers, which can distort fair competition if unchecked. In one notable case, he recalls, the FCCPC sealed a supermarket in Abuja in February 2024 after discovering discrepancies between displayed prices and checkout charges, a clear case of deceptive pricing. According to Olaoye's analysis, Nigeria's Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, FCCPA 2018, provides the strongest legal foundation for consumer rights protection in the country. The Act guarantees the right to safety, requiring that all goods and services sold to the public be safe for ordinary use. Unsafe products must be withdrawn immediately once identified. It also guarantees the right to information, ensuring that consumers receive accurate details about price, composition, quantity, and use conditions before purchase. Where goods turn out defective, the consumer is entitled to repair, replacement, or refund. Sections of the FCCPA further prohibit false representation, bait advertising, and exaggerated claims, with sanctions reaching up to 10% of a company's annual turnover. Olaoye points out that state agencies such as LASCOPA complement FCCPC's efforts, helping consumers access information, redress, and awareness of their rights. Despite these laws, FMCG companies operate under immense economic strain. Rising inflation, forex shortages, and unpredictable input costs have made compliance increasingly difficult. Several multinationals have either scaled down or exited the Nigerian market, citing high operating costs and regulatory pressures. Still, as Olaoye observes, consumer protection and fair competition remain non-negotiable principles for any healthy economy. In 2023, the FCCPC fined a multinational FMCG company $110 million for abusing market dominance and stifling competition. Olaoye highlights the case as a major signal of the Commission's resolve to hold both local and foreign players accountable. Olaoye argues that compliance should not be viewed merely as a legal requirement, but a strategic business investment that strengthens consumers' trust and market credibility. He recommends that FMCG firms integrate compliance clauses into contracts, conduct regular audits, and maintain transparent pricing practices. Predatory or collusive pricing, he warns, can damage reputation and attract severe sanctions. The way forward. For Nigeria's FMCG sector, the path forward lies in collaboration, transparency, and innovation. Olaoye concludes that legal practitioners and compliance officers must continue to bridge the gap between policy and practice through staff training, regulatory monitoring, and transparent communication. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
I said I would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other, and I'm happy that many years down the line, we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, you don't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the company merger because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe of the institution, which was 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust that were used to a certain level of service delivery. You will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining eggheads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were earned from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks, and so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. In our banks, and I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank, and yes, that was starting. As in then, Santana was a posh car. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the brochures, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired, targets, their first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second year intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Vengo de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe. Sudan.
From Rwanda.
Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
Egypt.
I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely adjured as the leading philanthropy and the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Nigeria, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout memories, I think I would say that I like to jump on the sport. I love yoga, as you said.
Yeah.
But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planking.
Tony is not just a champion in the bank here. he equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side did not survive. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of Hairs Holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So move in, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
Rising demand for healthy proteins, snail-based cosmetics, and export opportunities have driven a surge in Nigeria's snail farming industry, far outpacing local production and opening a significant gap for investors to fill. Snail farming, or herliculture, is rapidly emerging as a profitable agribusiness in Nigeria, offering sustainable solutions to food security, poverty reduction, and income generation. Rich in protein and essential nutrients, snails are incredibly sought after, fueled by a growing population, a rising interest in healthy diets, and their status as a prized delicacy in Nigerian cuisine. This expanding industry promotes substantial economic opportunities for both farmers and investors. There is a huge and growing demand for snails, which are regarded as a luxury cuisine due to their nutritional benefits. The snail industry in Nigeria is estimated at over 15 billion naira, and the business can be started with little capital. Snail farming is one of the most sustainable and money-spinning agribusiness that many people ignore. For salary earners and investors wanting to increase their income, it's an excellent choice, while it's not time-consuming and highly profitable. Agricultural experts have emphasized the export potential of snails and have urged investors and companies one of the most accessible agribusiness opportunities in Nigeria due to its low capital requirement and high profit potential. With an initial investment as modest as 50,000 to 100,000 naira, the business offers the potential to grow as high as 5 million naira annually. Setting up a small farm is both affordable and straightforward. Basic materials like corrugated sheets, baskets, old tires, or wood are sufficient to construct a functional snail pen. Feeding is also budget-friendly, making the overall startup cost even more appealing. A bag of snail feed is between 10,000 and 16,000 naira per 25 kg,
and you can use just 2 bags to feed 50 snails for 3 months. Everything needed for snail feeding has been provided going for the giant African land snails, which come in 3 main species. Aricantina marigata lays between 6 and 14 eggs up to 4 times a year. Achatina achatina produces 80 to 350 eggs per clutch and lays 1 to 3 times annually. And the most profitable among them all, Achatina fuca, can lay between 100 and 400 eggs, as many as 6 times a year. Despite Achatina fuca's prolific breeding, experts tend to favor Achatina marigata, as it is considered the largest land snail in the world, and its size and market appeal make it a favorite among both farmers and consumers. According to experts, Achatina achatina also remains a strong choice, particularly due to its adaptability to the African climate. The global snail market reached $647.4 million in 2024 and is projected to grow from $706.7 million in 2025 to $1.4 billion by 2034, according to Global Market Insight, a market intelligence platform. France leads global production with over 300,000 tons annually, followed by Italy and Spain producing 20,000 and 15,000 tons respectively, solidifying Europe's dominance in the snail farming industry. Chiki Okulu, SOUQ News TV.
The story of Ile-Ife. Ile-Ife, often described as the spiritual heart of the Yoruba people, is not just a city, it is the cradle of identity, civilization, and belief for millions across West Africa. Located in present-day Osun State, Ile-Ife is revered in Yoruba tradition as the place where life began and where the gods descended to create the earth. Archaeological findings, however, suggest the city's origins date back to between the 8th and 11th centuries CE, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited urban centers in sub-Saharan Africa. According to Yoruba mythology, Oduduwa is regarded as the progenitor of the Yoruba race and the first ruler of Ile-Ife. All traditions say he founded the kingdom, from which many Yoruba monarchs trace their descent. His legacy symbolizes unity and divine kingship among the Yoruba. Centuries later, under the reign of Obalufon II, believed to have ruled in the 14th century, Ile-Ife in sub-Saharan Africa. The finds, led by researchers such as Professor Adisa Ogunfalakon and Dr. Babalola Abidemi, confirm that the people of Ife were skilled innovators in trade and material science. Beyond its material legacy, Ile-Ife remains a sacred and living symbol of Yoruba spirituality. Its monarch, the Ooni of Ife, is still regarded as a custodian of tradition and a spiritual bridge between the people and their ancestral heritage. According to Bayo Laoye, a veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, the story of Ile-Ife is not merely about the past, but about continuity. Ife tells us how knowledge, art, and belief shape the destiny of a people. It is a reminder that civilization in Africa didn't begin with contact from outside. It grew from within. Today, Ile-Ife continues to attract scholars, tourists, and spiritual pilgrims from around the world, all drawn by the enduring mystery of the source. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ.
Henry Itauma. I'm from Akwa Ibom State, Eke local government precisely. My primary school at Akwa Ibom Church Primary School, so young Eket, where I grew up in the early 70s. I moved into government secondary school at Highgate. I finished my school set in 1981. It was a jolly good experience. Before I moved over to Lagos, where I did my higher school, Federal School of Art and Science, Victoria Island, and from where I took my JAM, then I got admission to study English and literary studies in the great University of Calabar. Growing up was fun, education was fun. We enjoyed the bits of our life, all we went through there, from primary to secondary school, the dormitory lives, my friends, my colleagues. Coming over to Lagos was quite an experience. My first time in Lagos, arriving after a tortuous journey back then. Went over to VI, studied along with some blue chip children, Federal School of Art and Science then, as it was called, just where you have the law school now. It was quite an experience. And back to University of Calabar, we had quite a drill, the studies of English language and literature. I happen to have specialized in literature, where we did a thorough work on all the spheres of literature, the landscape of literature. We almost exhausted it with key professors and lecturers. Talking about Afro-American literature, Caribbean literature, South African literature, Russian literature, literature of social protests. Then we come back to African literature, where we explored the whole landscape. African literature, African drama, African prose, and storytelling, folk tales and trickster stories. It was a huge experience that changed my life. And coming over here, finished our youth service, did my youth service in Imo State then. We had respect as corporate. We were well treated. And came over back to Lagos, looking for work in Lagos. Magazine, we started that stuff in Lagos here, and then we couldn't sustain it because of the finances. Luckily for me, I was able to run, got a job with the bank, and then I started a marketing aspect for the bank. From the bank, merchant bank, when the bank went under, I decided to go solo. That brought me to the book industry. Always have this passion for books, right from my primary school to my secondary school. My mom was a teacher, a successful teacher. We were encouraged to read books. We used to hide ourselves in the libraries, my local government libraries. So when I got admitted to the University of Calabar, all our long vacations, we were always found in the library. Of course, there was no GSM then. The library was our contact space, where we go to the libraries to get information about when the school is going to resume, because apart from news, radio and all that, you may not know when the school is going to resume. But when you meet with your friends, you know, in the library there, we meet with some other undergraduates, Uniben, SOUQ, Ife, some of our friends who were studying there, who came home for long vacations. I mean, we interact with them, and before you know it, we hear, you people are going to resume this, that, and that's how my passion for books get strengthened. When we resume schools, we exchange novels. We look for novels to read. We look for African writers series. We look for Headley Chase. We look for exotic books. We started collecting books. When we finished reading, we shared the books to our friends. We talked about the books, and from there, we were able to explore the world. We sat down in the library and we knew what was happening in the apartheid South Africa. I did so much about the history of South Africa. I read about the Zulu aftermath. I read about the Mau Mau Wars, the challenge of colonialism, the pre-colonial times. I had a good teacher who taught me history in the secondary school, Miss Tooten. He did a yeoman's job. He led us through the whole spectrum of West African history. West African history by Adekunle Aromolaran. We talked about the Oyo Empire, Songhai Empire, Timbuktu, the Great Mali Empire. You know, all these things stir up our curiosities. And since then, we never departed from books. We have worked in close association with the Institute of Public Analysis of Nigeria, IPAN. These are people that do analysis for products, water analysis, analysis of waste and effluent, radioactive activity, food and drug analysis. We have worked with quality control experts across the industries. We have worked with establishments where they do root crop research. We have worked with the pharmaceutical research industries, medical research bodies, malaria research establishments, cancer research establishment. These people look for us for specialized information in the management of special disease and treatment. Treatment in oncology. People in the area of traditional medicine, alternative medicine. Journals in nutrition and dietetics that need it. So it has been a great job, very taxing and exciting. Each book added a new spectrum of learning and knowledge for us. When we got into literature and poetry, we explored a whole lot. When we went into American history, the black history, we read about the nation of Islam. We read about Elijah Muhammad. We knew the struggle they had to go through, racism and all that stuff. And it really inspired us to see what we can do to add value to knowledge. And it has brought us this far. So it's been passion, not really born out of the money and whatever. Of course, when you have value to present, you'll be appreciated in many ways. We have had sundry appreciations from establishments, from institutes across West Africa and beyond. You know, we partner with international publishers all over the world to source cutting-edge materials for our clients. We take pains to go through a lot of materials that come in here. Whether there are new materials or whether there are new, we believe that when you are doing research, that is what is called cross-cultural research. You start from the past and then come to the present. Research in any field, what happened before, where we were before and where we are now, and then we'll look forward. So we have a lot of materials for our clients, and we are on an endless journey of search. When we started this business, we came face to face with HIV. We go after books on HIV and AIDS. We got them across our clients and our readers. As we went further, Ebola came, and we sourced for materials for medical virologists. It's a virus. Clinical virology, we gave the books to them, and they were very happy. We got the materials. We did what is called public health awareness to get people assured that these things are preventable. That is not the end of life. You see, when you have the information, you have the confidence to practice, you are not scared of whatever. Whatever is coming in probably had happened before. All we need is for new information to combat the emerging diseases. There are journals that deal with emerging infectious diseases. We provide these materials for practitioners, and it has served the purpose over the years. The secret of my success has been the impartation of specialist knowledge, tertiary knowledge for professionals. You know, education and learning is a lifelong journey. People talk about continuous professional development. For instance, in the media world and the real estate world, we have partnered with people who are doing media studies, you know, the print media, the electronic media, mass communication as a whole. We have provided a lot of materials for them. So now we have specialists in the media, we have special editors, screenwriters, short story writers, photojournalists, you know, and we provide them these materials. In the real estate world, we have attended conferences of real estate practitioners, providing cutting-edge materials for them in real estate development, information technology, property development, property law. All these materials assist them in the practice of real estate. We have gone far more. We work with people, the QS, quantity surveyors, town planners, environmental managers, people who do environmental audits, environmental impact assessment, you know, space planning. We work with them, you know. And these materials we get from all across the world. If you are practicing in this area and you need materials to improve your services and the value you are creating, you will need us. We have a whole list of experts in different fields that reach us when they have challenges, when they have need for special information to solve specific problems. They reach out to us. They call, yeah, a bookman, all range. We need books in this area. For instance, we had the former Minister of Health, that great woman, Gonja Iwala. She will always call us, look, all range, we need books on international economics. And we used to give her books on international economics. And many other experts like that. We have books for people who are doing radioactive interventions, people who are doing environmental management, people who are doing analysis, food analysts, all over the spectrum. We provide books for them. Food engineering, we give them books on food contaminants, food additives. These are not books to just go to anywhere and get. We have been able to interface with them, Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology. But most impactful leaders are readers. Books will change you. Books will empower you. Books will give you self-confidence. When I sit down with architects and I'm discussing, I talked about landscape architecture. I talked about interior design. They begin to wonder whether I studied architecture. Then I started talking with oncologists, gynecologists, maybe gynecological oncologists. They think that maybe I studied medicine. I didn't do no medicine. I've been able to read some books, interface with them. I have attended their workshops, so many, and I've read their books. Some books that come to me, I try to go through the introduction and the preface. I try to. Books in all areas. You understand? I was looking at a book on anesthesiology, and I found out that no serious surgery could be carried out without an anesthetist. Surgical intervention. And this is the specialist area for anesthetists. Not all doctors can handle that. You are doing cesarean section. You are doing ENT surgery. You need them. So you have a team of doctors that will invariably handle a serious, for instance, at the orthopedic hospital, we want to do amputation. You have the plaster people, you have the hematologist, you have the anesthesiologist, you have the surgeon, who is a very good orthopedic surgeon to handle amputation, whether it's amputation of the legs and all that, because they have to manage, the hematologist will manage the loss of blood, cleaning and everything. Then rolling the patients to a special, maybe it's an amenity ward where they are going to keep the person to manage the post-operative procedures and all that. Of course, there are pre-surgical experiences, the tests, the examination, the review and all that before the real process. So these are not things we learned overnight. It has taken a process of time. And we got to know that, oh, this is how the deal is done. Great insurgents of e-materials, e-books, digital books, and of course, the World Wide Web. It has helped us to access materials easily. But you see, initially people were afraid that with the advent of the e-books and all that, that the textbooks, the physical books, will be phased out. But that is far from the truth. Libraries still get their core text and materials. They have the sections for the core text and materials and journals and serials. Then they have the section we call the digital libraries. Polytechnic libraries, university libraries across the countries, they have these sections. But my experience with these digital libraries has been the management of digital libraries, the power situation in Nigeria, and the maintenance culture. Most of the institutions that started with the e-library, they have always come back to complain that these materials, within a short spell of time, because of instability of power. You know, the computers and all the digital infrastructures, they need steady and standby power supplies. Most of them have acquired the solar systems to power these equipments, but truly speaking, it has not been sustainable. Sometimes we had some dubious students vandalize these facilities, and then people always have to fall back on books. With the smartphones now, students can get a lot of materials and all that, and they read, but I can tell you that people who are doing serious research, they come back to us for books. You are doing research, you have to do your references, your bibliography. You have to show evidence, materials you have read, both online and offline. You are doing your doctorate program, master's program, to whatever level. At the level we are now, we believe that we've added value to education, to training, and to teaching. Our next phase now, we're trying to see how we can give back to the society through our interface with like-minded NGOs. We are started our book cafe, all-range book cafe, where we invite people. It's a private library to come and read and study in a relaxed atmosphere, where you can come in and do your book reviews. If you're a writer, you come in and do your book reviews, review your textbooks. Going forward too, we also have our NGO, which we are working on, that borders on environmental management. We call it the Campaign for Sustainable Environment. This is a program we have been running the last 5 years. We are talking about global warming and climate change. We do environmental education.
The story of Ile-Ife. Ile-Ife, often described as the spiritual heart of the Yoruba people, is not just a city, it is the cradle of identity, civilization, and belief for millions across West Africa. Located in present-day Osun State, Ile-Ife is revered in Yoruba tradition as the place where life began and where the gods descended to create the earth. Archaeological findings, however, suggest the city's origins date back skilled innovators in trade and material science. Beyond its material legacy, Ile-Ife remains a sacred and living symbol of Yoruba spirituality. Its monarch, the Oni of Ife, is still regarded as a custodian of tradition and a spiritual bridge between the people and their ancestral heritage. According to Bayo Laoye, a veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, the story of Ile-Ife is not merely about the past, but about continuity. Ife tells us how knowledge, art, and belief shape the destiny of a people. It is a reminder that civilization in Africa didn't begin with contact from outside. It grew from within. Today, Ile-Ife continues to attract scholars, tourists, and spiritual pilgrims from around the world, all drawn by the enduring mystery of the source. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Protect your heart health daily because every heartbeat counts literally. Hello, my name is Emmanuel Lise and this is SOUQ Health Tips. Let's talk about your heart, the tireless engine that keeps you alive. Most heart diseases are preventable through daily habits, not just medication. Eat for your heart. Choose foods rich in fiber like oats, beans, and vegetables. Use healthy fat from olive oil, avocados, and fish. Limit salt, sugar, and trans fats. They stress your arteries. Move every day. Even 30 minutes of brisk walking improves blood flow and lowers cholesterol. Your heart loves movement more than marathons. Quit smoking. Cut alcohol. Tobacco and excessive alcohol damage your heart lining and blood vessels. There is no safe level of smoking. Quit early, live longer. Manage stress. Chronic stress raises blood pressure. Practice deep breathing instead. Stay connected with loved ones and rest well. In summary, your heart responds to how you live, not just how you treat it. Feed it well, move often, and rest deeply and love fully. I'm Emmanuel Lise, and this is Protect Your Heart. Protect your heart is the rhythm of your life.
Fashion-conscious consumers. Their collections, which range from bead necklaces to bold statement earrings, have found their way into the collections of top Nigerian designers and onto the necks of celebrities, musicians, actors, actresses, and socialites, both at home and abroad. One of the driving forces behind this resurgence is the growing pride in African identity. As more Nigerians embrace their cultural roots, there is a rising demand for fashion that reflects this heritage. Beads, with their deep cultural significance, are the perfect medium for expressing this identity. They are no longer seen as relics of the past, but symbols of a proud and vibrant culture. Moreover, the bead industry has benefited from the global shift towards sustainable and ethical fashion. Consumers are increasingly seeking products that are not only stylish, but also environmentally friendly and socially responsible. Handmade beads, often crafted from locally sourced materials, fit this trend perfectly. Thus, the artisanal nature of beadwork ensures that each piece is unique, telling a story of the hands that made it and the culture it represents. This renewed interest in beadwork has also had significant economic implications. Small-scale artisans and bead makers, many of whom are women, are finding new opportunities to market their products both locally and internationally. The rise of online platforms and social media has made it easier for these artisans to reach a broader audience, leading to increased sales and a more sustainable livelihood. Furthermore, the Nigerian government and non-governmental organizations have begun to recognize the potential of the bead industry as a tool for economic empowerment. Initiatives that provide training and resources to bead makers are helping preserve this craft, while also boosting the local economy. However, the resurgence of beadwork is not without its challenges. Artisans face competition from mass-produced, cheaper alternatives that flood the market. To survive, they must continually innovate and differentiate their products from these imitations. For many, This means striking a balance between preserving traditional techniques and incorporating contemporary designs. As Nigerian beadwork continues to gain recognition on the global stage, it is clear that this ancient craft is more than just a passing trend. It is a testament to the resilience and creativity of Nigerian artisans who are redefining what it means to be fashionable in today's world. It is a reminder that while fashion may evolve, the cultural significance of beads remain timeless. The resurgence of beadmaking in Nigeria is a powerful reflection of the country's rich cultural heritage. It is a movement that honors the past while embracing the future, proving that beads are not just ornaments, but symbols of identity, pride, and resilience.
In April 1960, just months before Nigeria's independence, a 26-year-old ascended one of the most revered thrones in Yoruba land. His name, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona. His reign, almost 65 years. His legacy, now Adeola Odutola College, from 1951 to 1956. He later worked briefly in the audit department of the Western region in Ibadan before leaving for the United Kingdoms in 1958 to study accountancy. But history had other plans. On the 2nd of April 1960, he was installed as the 58th Awujale of Ijebu land, taking the regnal name Ogbagba Agbotewole II. Young, confident, and stepping into leadership just as the new Nigeria was emerging, marking the beginning of one of the longest and the most consequential reigns in Nigeria's history. Despite his demanding role, Oba Adetona maintained close family ties. He was married and blessed with children who were raised in the blend of royal tradition and modern education that defined his worldview. Known to be a devoted family man, he valued privacy in personal matters, but ensured his children had opportunities for education both within and outside Nigeria. Socially, he was at ease in multiple wards, equally comfortable in palace courts, university lecture halls, diplomatic gatherings, or informal community events. He cultivated friendships across business, politics, and academia, yet was deeply rooted in his hometown, often mingling with his people during festivals and communal projects. The coup that saved a king. But destiny tested him. In the early 1980s, a government commission of inquiry moved against him. Suspension and deposition loomed. The order was to take effect in early 1984. Then came 31st December 1983. A military coup swept away the civilian administration, and with it, the threat to his throne. The Awujale returned more respected, more resolute. Beyond royal ceremonies, Oba Adetona built a reputation as a monarch unafraid to challenge authority. He spoke plainly on governance, justice, and public accountability. In 2016, he institutionalized those ideas by endowing a 250 million naira professorial chair in governance at Olabisi Onabanjo University, OOU, the first of its kind by a Nigerian traditional ruler. It was a deliberate investment in shaping ethical leadership for generations to come. The Oju-Dioba Festival long predicted his reign, but under Adetona, it became an international spectacle, a celebration of Ijebu identity, Yoruba elegance, interfaith harmony, and cultural soft power. It drew politicians, captains of industry, global tourists, and the diaspora to Ijebu each year, making it both a cultural statement and an economic engine. Adetona presided over a kingdom of religious plurality, Islam, Christianity, and traditional worship, often using his platform to advocate tolerance. Though a devout Muslim and president of the United Muslim Council, he regularly attended Christian events and encouraged interfaith harmony. And now, the final chapter. On 13th July 2025, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona Ogbagba Agbotewole II passed away at the age of 91. He was buried according to Ijebu customs in solemn rites, shielded from public view. Attention now turns to succession and the weight of following one of Nigeria's longest-serving traditional rulers. Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona reigned across three Nigerias: the colonial twilight, the start of military rule, and the promises and failures of democracy. He proved that a throne could be modern without losing its roots, bold without losing its identity, and proud without closing its doors. His voice will echo in the university lectures he inspired, the festival he globalized, the cultural pride he nurtured, and in the personal values he instilled in his family. As Ijebuland turns the page, one question lingers: whether or not the next Awujale will match relevance with integrity and tradition with transformation, following the path of the past hero. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ Perspective.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team, and I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, platforms. Major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $2,000. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive, and it's about time And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss. I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a bit difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and Beats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian, or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind. Because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them. And together, I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. It's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to think, we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action. It could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world-class. Our characters are world-class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to evade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The U.S., if you take the state of California, California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries, Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside. When you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say it's a good time to think when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping, serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and you know, everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming, and it overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think they're incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In the institution, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency, there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table. Because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians, we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states in the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win. But in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. You know, because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
At the core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
It's a hyperactivity disorder. is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs the process.
Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, inappropriate to the setting and impulsive actions occurring without forethought. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impact on various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there's a family history of ADHD, the child may come up with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatments for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical therapy and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
The economy is changing, technology is advancing, industries are evolving. The question is, are your skills keeping up? Today's job market rewards adaptability. New skills create new opportunities, and continuous learning increases earning power. Whether it's digital literacy, technical training, financial education, or entrepreneurship, investing in your skills is one of the smartest investments you can make. Because buildings and machines drive development, but skilled people drive economies. Learn more, earn more, contribute more. Empower yourself, strengthen the workforce, build the future. This message supports sustainable economic development.
You have a job offer, they're going to pay you 800k per month, but you work 7 days a week, except public holiday. Or you earn 500k per month, but you work 5 times a week. Which one do you think you will go for?
I think that 7 days a week will be better. Because of the Nigerian stress and everything. The stress in Nigeria now is crazy.
Well, I'll definitely go for the one of 500k because my mental health is very, very important. I mean, what's the purpose of working when you don't have the time to spend the money you're working for or have some good time with your family? So my mental health is going to suffer.
I'll go for the one of 500k because the pay is okay, same as one of 800k, and I have to work 5 days, so I get to rest, and I'll have more peace of mind. Like, that's just it.
Okay, that's actually very tricky. Considering the Nigerian economic system, I would go for the 800, along with side hustles and all that, because it's something that could cover up for a lot of things.
I'll go for the 500k one because I like my peace of mind. I like rest days. How many public holidays do we have in a year? It matters. It matters. At least I'm guaranteed my Saturdays and Sundays peace of mind. Not that you'll be calling me to work on Sunday because there's no, I don't want that.
Probably go for the 500k a week. That's more sustainable. I can't work 7 days a week all my life. I'm human. I need to sleep.
I think the 500k one, because at least I still need time to rest for myself. So yeah, I think I'll prefer the 500k one.
I'll go for the 500k for 5 days because I don't think I can do the 7 days per week, just working non-stop. It's very exhausting for me because I think as humans we need sometimes to relax, take a weekend off, play basketball, something, but I can't do the 7 days per week. I prefer the 5 days.
In the thick green lands of southern Nigeria, beneath towering trees and amidst age-old traditions, grows a fruit as bitter as truth, but as valuable as gold. It's called bitter kola, known scientifically as Garcinia kola. This small brown nut hides layers of history, health, and hidden wealth. To the untrained eyes, it's just a bitter snack chewed by elders or hawked in traffic. But to the world of herbal medicine, pharmaceuticals, and agro-export, bitter kola is a plant of promise, a potent gift of the rainforest. Across communities in Ondo, Cross River, Edo, and the southeast, bitter kola has long been used for its medicinal properties, antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, and antiviral. In traditional medicine, it's a cure for cough, a guardian of the liver, a friend of fertility. But beyond tradition, global demand is rising. Researchers abroad are exploring its use in managing glaucoma, boosting immunity, and even fighting viruses. And while many countries import, Nigeria stands tall as a natural home of bitter kola. Yet, like gum arabic, most of our bitter kola is exported raw. No branding, no packaging, no processing, just sacks of potent sent abroad for a fraction of what they are worth. Imagine this, a local SMA producing organic bitter kola supplements, branded extracts for the global herbal market, or dried sliced kola shipped to Europe, Asia, America, or capsules, oil, tea, cosmetics from a tree right in your backyard. If you're a youth, entrepreneur, or agro lover, here is how to plug in. 1. Harvesting. Locate local trees or cultivate them. They thrive in humid forests. In 2022 alone, Nigeria exported over 160 metric tons of bitter kola, generating an estimated 2.6 billion naira in export earnings, according to trade reports. But experts believe this is just scratching the surface. For small players, even processing 10 kg into powder or capsules can fetch a tidy margin, selling at 10,000 naira to 15,000 naira per kilo, locally as organic herb supplements. Now we go to 2, drying and preservation. Proper storage is key for export quality. At the local level, one sack of properly dried bitter kola, about 50 kg, can sell for 100,000 to 120,000 naira, depending on quality and market. Value addition. When grinded into powder, guided by professional knowledge, it could be infused into oil or capsule for supplements. Now we go to marketing and export. Target diaspora communities, herbal industries, and wellness markets. Exporters in Lagos or Port Harcourt resell the same quantity internationally for $600 to $800 per sack, especially in markets like the US, UK, and China. Research and innovation, that's another clue. Collaborate with local labs to explore new uses. Larger scale processors targeting international wellness markets with branded products can make millions monthly, especially with a consistent supply, packaging, and certifications like NAFDAC or FDA approval. Of course, there are challenges such as deforestation, lack of processing equipment, low awareness, and inconsistent market structures. But where there is a bitter kola 3, there is opportunity waiting to be unlocked. With cooperatives, training, youth-focused agro schemes, and export incentives, bitter kola could be Nigeria's next agro star, sitting silently, waiting to be noticed. So next time you see a wrinkled nut by the roadside, don't just think bitter. Think business. Think export. Think legacy. Cash can be crafted not only in the offices, but in the orchard, in a forest, and in forgotten fruits. This is Grace Komolafe bringing you clues from the quiet corners of commerce. I'll see you again next time.
city of Agbo has been home to many illustrious sons and daughters of this nation, from legal luminaries, industry leaders, business moguls, sportsmen and women, the academia, entertainers, political juggernauts, to mention but a few. Because of its peculiar location connecting the southeastern to northwestern Nigeria, it is a melting pot of both commercial and agricultural services with a diverse population of residents and settlers. When Dickens Ogeneruemu Patrick Sanomi courted and eventually married the delectable Mabel Iyabo Sanomi, little did he know that their fifth child, Igor Charles Sanomi, who was born 17th May 1975, was going to place the Sanomi family name on the world map for the very right reasons. Dickens was the second vice president of the Urobo Progressive Union, UPU, and an Assistant Inspector General Police, AIG, in the Nigerian Police Force. His mother was a Yeye Jemo, tribal chief of the Ishotun Ijesha Kingdom in Osun State, and also a nurse. Patrick's father did practice law in England before returning to Nigeria. Igor obtained his bachelor's degree in geology and mining from the University of Jos. Like many before him, achieving the level of stride he has made didn't come by sheer wishes. His interest had the capacity to engage in the oil sector were strongly encouraged to participate in the bid for government tenders. In April 2022 of 2010, the Local Content Act became law and Talaveras met the criteria. True to his nature, he expressly said that he had never at any point obtained any contract through dubious means. With nothing left but faith, hope, and trust in the future, Igor plunged ahead after he failed to make the list of successful bidders for the 2017/2018 crude oil term contract when it was announced in January 2017. This was one of the unsavory moments in his career. When Talaveras didn't get renewal of its crude for products exchange, which it had operated for 3 years by the then President Goodluck Jonathan's administration. This dealt a big blow to Talaveras because it had earlier entered forward contract and base revenue projection models on it. Many who long awaited its fall thought long and hard how Talaveras was going to replace these revenue streams. But like a phoenix from the ashes, Talaveras rose to the occasion by going back to the drawing board to re-strategize. It structured and engaged its international creditors. This led to matters assuming a legal configuration, and there were many out-of-court resolving of matters. He admitted to Talaveras having gone through a series of challenges, also that his affairs in Nigeria have been largely misunderstood by many. For those who have wondered what else this driven young man invests his time in when he's not transacting business deals, it definitely is something that gives him fulfillment beyond pecuniary gains: philanthropy. In 2011, he founded the Dickens Sanomi Foundation, DSF, in honor of his father. This foundation supports people in education and health across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Also, it supports autism awareness initiatives and donates to humanitarian disasters across Nigeria and Africa, donating millions of dollars every year in the support of these endeavors. Owing to his selfless behavior, he's been recognized twice by renowned institute, SOUQ based in France, topping the ranks of the Chelsea 100 economic leaders under 40 who will play a vital role in the economic development of Africa. For a man renowned for pushing his limits, one who would have thought he was everywhere in the eyes of the public, but the reverse is the case for Igor, who is notoriously known
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics. He returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine, many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987,
and vehicles. The talks come ahead of a deadline for new United States duties on billions of dollars worth of Canadian goods. Trade tariffs can raise the cost of imported products, affect businesses, and ultimately push up prices for consumers. And that is a wrap on SOUQ Quickie today. Thank you so much for watching. Remember to follow us across all of our social media platforms at SOUQ Digital. I am Sarah Oswanta. Have a beautiful Tuesday ahead.
Thank you for having me, SOUQ News. I'm excited to be here. My name is Anna Maria Orlu. I am the current Miss Nigeria United Nations. As well as that, I am an actress, a model, and I also am the founder of Little Blessings Foundation, and we focus on orphanages in Nigeria. For me, I feel like it's about bridging the gap between like how the UN can help Nigeria and what ways we can like kind of be a part of the United Nations as a whole. I feel like every pageant queen picks a route that they go towards, right? So some people pick to bridge the gap between like health, bridge the gap, education. I've chosen to help children in orphanages. So after my last pageant, I actually was reached out to. They were like, you did a great job. I really loved how you presented yourself. Would you like to take part in this pageant? Right? A lot of people start from their experiences, and for me, I think I really want to tell a lot more about immigrant stories. I think that there's so much that happens when Nigerians or country and go to America, go to the UK. The things they experience, people don't even tell it enough. Like the things that my dad went through, I only know half of it, and I'm already like, whoa. This is a lot for one person. Especially Nigerians are so resilient, like they can do anything, and just to make sure that they survive in that country. So I definitely want to tell a lot of immigrant stories. I think it's really, in 2024, it's how she was treated was terrible. Like, Nigerians are everywhere. So for me, when I first saw that, I was thinking, I lived in Ireland all my life. If somebody told me that I couldn't compete for Miss Ireland, why not? Why? I have been living there all my life. So I think that it definitely made me feel like, are we moving forward? Like, are we actually, like, as a society, that shouldn't be a thing in 2024. But I'm just happy that she actually went back to her people, because those are the first people who are going to accept you first, right? And look where she is now. So I think that everything probably led her to where she was supposed to be. I think some of the misconceptions is that we're not very smart. We're just pretty, or some of them are like, oh, they just did it just to have a crown and have the attention or whatever. And I mean, some of those things might be true for some other people, but for me, I feel like I'm a pretty regular girl. Like, I feel like I like to do the same things. One of the things I will say that people will automatically stuck up. Like, we're stuck up. We can't be in certain places. We can't talk to certain people. And that doesn't apply for me. I feel like there are places that I've been and I'm like, maybe this is not where I would like to come again, but I'm here now, so let me integrate myself. So some of those misconceptions, I think it doesn't apply to every queen. And my daily, like how I live daily, I feel like I work. I do a lot of presenting. I'm also a host, so I do a lot of red carpet events and stuff like that. So I always like to make sure that I am in the entertainment scene, because I know that that's where I want to be. I take care of myself a lot. I do work out a lot. I don't eat the best because I work out a lot, so I compensate for that. But yeah, I think I live a pretty regular life. I just take care of myself a lot. The rest part lacks. nights. I think probably don't sleep enough, but it's just the passion, really. It's the passion to want to do all these things. I think that even my social life is actually pretty good. Like, I go out pretty regularly with my friends, and I travel a lot. I think traveling is really my safe haven. It's where, like, I feel like, okay, this is where I get to do something I want to do. Like, traveling and working out, those are the two things that I'm like, okay, this keeps me sane. But time-wise, I think I have good time management skills. That's another thing too. I think in this industry, you have to have time management skills and just prioritize what you want to do, because you're not going to have time for everything, and tomorrow is another day. So before Miss Nigeria United Nations, I started Little Blessings. So I started Little Blessings like maybe 7 months before I actually did the pageant. So I already had that going where I was supplying shoes, clothes, things like that. So then Dream Day Out came after I became the queen. And I think my mission is just to keep adding initiatives that are gonna enrich these kids' lives, right? Next thing, I want to start looking for grants to fix the orphanages up, because some of them are in such a bad condition. And I think that if we're setting these children up for success, it starts at home. It starts with the basic needs. Like, if you don't have clothes to wear, you're not going to go to school and feel like you want to learn. If your environment is traumatic, you're not going to have that space to want to even be a doctor or a nurse or whatever it is that they might want to be, right? So I think it's just, I want to start with the basic needs. Like, your home needs to be together. Some of the orphanages have holes in them, like water coming, and the kids are comfortable. They just hop over the bucket. And I'm looking around like, wait, this is okay? So I just want to start off with like building that up, and then go and add more and more orphanages that I'm sponsoring. So start getting some from the east. Right now I have in Port Harcourt as well. So just adding more and seeing how we can make a difference that way. Some of the challenges is just working with different people, right? So these things that I'm organizing, I have to reach out to the resort park. I have to reach out to the orphanage, the workers there. I have to like really just work with them. And sometimes, you know, when they hear your accent, the bill goes up. So things like that are really challenging, because it almost means that I have to try to get somebody to do stuff for me instead of I like to do stuff for myself. Like, I'm pretty like dominant in that way. Like, I want to call the resort park and organize stuff. I want to call the sponsorships and make those deals myself. But sometimes it's challenging because I might have to depend on somebody else. Like, for instance, we're getting a bus, right? And we're getting a bus, and I have to have somebody else call because it'd be cheaper when they call. But if I call, when they hear me, they're like, oh, 500K, like the price goes up. So those challenges is what like really bothers me. I think it's just believing that anything is possible. I think that I truly like believe that like I have to make it. And also like your background as well should motivate you, because I didn't come from like an easy background, and for me, I was like, it cannot get down there, so it has to go up. Going to school was very like beneficial to me because I was able to like actually make money, take care of myself, and sponsor my goals. You have to be able to sponsor your goals. Just for acting, you need headshots, you need show reels, like all those things cost money. So I think just first thing, just believing that anything is possible, and it doesn't matter what anybody else tells you. Like, nobody can tell me today that I'm not gonna make it, and I would believe them. And surrounding yourself with people who really like believe that about you too. Like, it took me years to even tell my dad that I was into entertainment, because I had to block out that negativeness. And it's not that they mean it, but you know, African parents, they are focused on stability. And entertainment doesn't sound very stable. So I don't want anybody to project their negativity on me to make me feel like I'm not gonna be where I wanna be. So that's one thing, I had to just block that out. My dad found out that I was Miss Nigeria like after I won, not even through the process. Because I don't want anyone to tell me that, oh, you know, you might not get it, you might not know. Why not? Why don't I have those opportunities? So that's why it's really important for me to like try to create those opportunities for other people as well. I think for me, one of the things I've had to lose is some friendships. Just because where you are, not a lot of people are supposed to be there with you. And that was hard for me to accept that. Certain people I might have known for a long time are not aligned with my future or aligned with where I am now. So those are things that I'm still like trying to balance, you know, like, because having good people around you is really important, and having people who are going to always uplift you, speak life into you, and just make you feel like you are where you're supposed to be. So I think like that was a main thing for me, where it's like, okay, you may not be able to be around certain places anymore as well. Like I had to also, and I'm still assessing that, like where you can be and where you can't be. There's certain places now that I feel like as a queen, like you really shouldn't be there. Like it's low-key like not where you can associate with anymore. Some of the upsides is being in certain rooms where you wouldn't have been able to be in as maybe like a regular person, right? Being able to speak to people who are actually change makers, being able to get sponsorships and fundraising, things like that. It's harder. It was harder for me when I wasn't a queen, but I was still trying. I did online sponsorships and everything. So I think that being a beauty queen gets you into different rooms so you can actually speak and people can hear your voice more and hear your initiatives, hear the things that you want to do. Oh, wow. First of all, I love how dramatic Nigerians are. Like, I think it makes my day. Sometimes we're just driving and I'm just looking and everybody is just, it's like a movie. Like, and I love how successful Nigerians are. Like, when you leave Nigeria and you see Nigerians in different countries, like, we are doing amazing things. There's like, out of all the African countries, I just love how determined, how hardworking, resilient, like things now that I see some of my friends in Nigeria do, I'm like, wow, this took you all day. They're like, oh, no, it's no problem. Like, it's not a big deal. But for me, I'm like, that's all day. So I just love how resilient we are, how nothing can stop us. Like, we are literally unstoppable in every country that we go to. And even some of my Ghanaian friends would be like, I love Nigerians. I love how you guys can just work so hard, but also play so hard too. So yeah, and the food. I can eat. I can eat.
core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
This hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there.
The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethought. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there's a family history of ADHD, the child may come up with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatments for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical therapy and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
Majek Fashek's 1991 album, Spirit of Love, was a groundbreaking success in Nigeria. Earning critical acclaim and resonating deeply with audiences. Produced by Little Steven Van Zandt, the album masterfully blended African spiritualism, percussive rhythms, and protest songs infused with black consciousness. Fashek's distinctive sound, marked by rhythmic pauses, assertive choruses, and the inclusion of talking drums, added to the album's energetic and impactful delivery. And spiritual struggle, reflecting the political and social climate of the time. The success of Spirit of Love, coupled with Fashek's tour alongside Tracy Chapman, cemented his place in the annals of the Nigerian music industry. In this music review and special report prepared by Bayo Olawe, we examined the profile, power, and legacy of Spirit of Love, a 10-track masterpiece that helped solidify reggae music's mainstream status in Nigeria in the early 1990s. The album opens with Beware, a wake-up call that urges Nigerians to remain vigilant against deceptive leaders and the manipulation of political power. The second track, So Long, Too Long, is a rallying cry for Africans and African Americans to awaken their potential and fulfill the dreams of revolutionary icons like Marcus Garvey and Martin Luther King Jr. In Majek Fashek Inner New York, Fashek reflects on his idealized vision of New York and the harsh reality of urban poverty and homelessness, revealing a sobering contrast. The title track, Spirit of Love, conveys a powerful message about the endurance of love over material wealth and worldly desires. On Ja People, the fifth track, Fashek criticizes oppressive political systems, likening those in power to Babylon people who exploit and subjugate the masses. He calls for resistance, lamenting humanity's obsession with control. In Religion is Politics, Fashek delivers a bold message about the misuse of religion to spread hate and fuel conflict. He urges people of different faiths to see beyond dogma and work together to build a better world. Holy Spirit presents a prophetic vision where 7 angels are sent to destroy the earth due to human transgressions. Yet, Fashek envisions a new heaven and earth, one filled with love, unity, and divine justice.
I can see brothers and sisters, they're sharing love together now.
With Send Down the Rain, Majek draws on the metaphor of rain as a reward for diligent effort. The track reflects his spiritual longing and anticipation for success based on the principle of reaping what one sows. I'm Not Tired reaffirms his unwavering commitment to spreading God's message. Here, Fashek expresses spiritual resilience and praises the goodness of God, refusing to grow weary. The album closes with I Come From the Ghetto, a powerful reflection on the struggles of ghetto life, child abuse, government neglect, and hardship. Yet, Fashek celebrates the strength of these communities, invoking figures like Nelson Mandela, Jesus Christ, and Marcus Garvey as examples of greatness emerging from humble beginnings. He reminds us of the universality of these struggles across Nigeria, the US, and the UK. With Spirit of Love, Majek Fashek delivered a masterclass in artistry and advocacy. The album remains one of the finest reggae albums to emerge from Nigeria, exploring themes of love, peace, unity, corruption, self-awareness, revolution, spirituality, and racial equality. The perfect blend of traditional percussion, particularly the gong-gong and electric guitar, gives the album a timeless edge, merging the soul of Africa with global reggae rhythms. Spirit of Love is more than just an album. It is a cultural artifact, a sonic protest, and a spiritual message. It elevated Majek Fashek as a voice of the people and established reggae not just as entertainment in Nigeria, but as a force for awareness, resistance, and healing. Its enduring legacy is a reminder that music, like literature, can move a nation, challenge its leaders, and inspire its people. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masque and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it's never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, okay? And they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960. 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business to establish BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins finally acquired a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Okbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operating held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, Bois Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. Bois Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as of 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, Bois Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct during the global COVID-19 pandemic, Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to the COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year.
A beautiful Tuesday afternoon, the 18th day in the month of August 2026, and I'm excited to welcome you to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. I am Sarah Owusu-Ansah, and it's a pleasure to have you join us once again on the program. And you know, today we're talking about something very interesting. When we talk about Africa's economic potential, we often think about natural resources, agriculture, manufacturing, technology, and entrepreneurship. But there's another side to this. There's another enormous asset that sits in plain sight, which is Africa itself. From the pyramids of Egypt to the beaches of Zanzibar, the landscapes of Southern Africa, the historic cities of West Africa, the wildlife of East Africa, our festivals, food, fashion, music, art, and diverse cultures, the continent possesses a tourism that is difficult to replicate anywhere else in the world. Yet, despite this enormous potential, Africa continues to attract a relatively small share of global tourism, and there is another question worth asking. Are we looking at tourism simply as a way of attracting visitors, or are we seeing it for what it could be, which could be a major driver of jobs, entrepreneurship, investment, and economic development? Now, tourism has the potential to connect industries. A visitor who arrives in an African country doesn't only spend money on a hotel. They use transportation, visit restaurants, buy local products, experience culture, visit attractions, and interact with communities. That means tourism can create opportunities across the economy. But for that potential to become reality, Africa has to address some difficult questions around infrastructure, affordability, safety, connectivity, visas, marketing, and the protection of cultural heritage. So today on Just Africa, we are asking, can Africa turn its extraordinary heritage and tourism potential into real economic power and ensure that the benefits reach ordinary Africans? That is the conversation we're having today. And joining me to discuss this is Olusegun Okwade. He's a policy and public affairs analyst. Thank you so much for joining me today, Segun Okwade.
Yeah, good afternoon, Sarah, and good afternoon to all our listeners across the globe. A great pleasure to be with you this afternoon to discuss this topic. Always a pleasure to be on set with you.
Thank you once again, Segun. We're talking about Africa's tourism industry. The first aspect of this is Africa's tourism potential, from untapped heritage to a competitive tourism industry. Now, let's start with the big picture. Africa has incredible natural, historical, and cultural attractions. Why do you think the continent has not yet fully converted that potential into a globally competitive tourism industry?
Yeah, thank you very much, Sarah. Permit me to start like this. You know, when you have something, it takes another level for you to discover yourself that you have that potential. It's just like a young man that wakes up, and because he's beclouded with some of the things that go around him, saying you have to be a doctor, you have to be a lawyer, and he has the potential of speaking, and he's not considering the entertainment world. You know, that given talent deposited in him will definitely die a natural death. Same is obtainable with African continent when it comes to tourism. I've had opportunity to travel out of this country, and when you look at some tourist center, you ask yourself, how much of this do we have in Nigeria that is actually wasted? So some of those cultural heritage that we have that we can turn to tourism, we have not even discovered it. And I don't want to go far, just through your prologue, you said a lot. Looking at West Africa alone, we want to talk about the Cape Coast in Ghana, the Cancun National Park in Ghana, come to our own Obudu Mountain here, Yakuri, and go to East Africa, the Mount Kilimanjaro and the likes. I won't want to actually go that far. Let me come to Nigeria. Not too long, I traveled to a place in the southwest of Nigeria called in Ondo State, where you have the Elizade University. And I had the opportunity to go there and play golf at the Smoking Hill Golf Course. And while I was transiting to that particular town in Ondo State, I saw caves, I saw mountain, I saw hill, and it took my mind. I was telling the guys that we traveled together that this exactly is what we travel to South Africa, what we travel to UK, and they will put the cable tray and we'll be high up there and we'll appreciate, some of the movement that are actually going on. And here we are, looking from outside the caves, how smooth and how it can just be. We are not happy. And I said, what is Ondo State government doing? Go to other states, even in the country. We have all these tourist attraction centers. But I think the most difficult thing I have considered why we are not converting this to economic thing is we do not even understand that it can be a source of generating revenue or even make it competitive. If you want to go to, I'll still go back to the same Ondo State, where you have the Kobusi, waterfall where hot and cold water meets. You ask yourself, have you discovered this as a potential of tourism where people can come and wow, this is happening? So the first thing that is bringing this disconnect is the discovery on the part of Africans, knowing that some of the heritage, some of the cultural things we have actually had can be converted into tourist attraction. I had the opportunity to be in Israel, and aside the prayer side of it, the tour guides that we had took us to several places, and I'm asking myself, is this what I pay several dollars for to come and watch? When I can go to Yankari and some other areas in Nigeria and have the beautiful face of it. So starting with Sarah, is first discovering ourselves that we have this heritage that we can convert into tourism to generate revenue and make it competitive to attract people into our nation to make things happen.
Right, thank you so much for that robust analysis. But would you say the problem is probably an infrastructure problem, or is it marketing, is it accessibility, is it investment? Well, would you even call it policy, or are there deeper structural issues that could be attributed as the problem for this?
Sarah, it's a mirage of different problems consolidated together. I will start from the area of policy. Is when you discover yourself, you'll be able to build policy around the management of such arm of business to say, okay, these are the policy paper, this is how we're going to implement it. All these tourist attraction that we have in our country, these are policy to guide them. In the policy paper that you'll be developing, you speak to the infrastructure that will make some of those things happen. So you can see that the bedrock of all this first is policy. When you have the policy, you have entrenched in the security architecture, the infrastructure development, the investment that is required of some of those that are considering investing in that sector. When you have that robust template, you now walk through the implementation of some of these things that is actually highlighted in your policy paper and see how you can walk through them. And above all, Africa is entrenched with one particular thing, and that is insecurity. If you ask me, even the way outsiders overblown the level of insecurity that we have, it's as if you and I cannot even walk on the street of Lagos. I've had instances of traveling, I'm sure, even within the country, and people will ask me, are you on a suicide mission with you traveling to Southwest region or even the Southeast by road? And I'm like, it's not as terrible as we claim to be. So how are we actually addressing those issues in such a way that people are not overbloating some of the challenges that we have that discourages people to come into it. So by and large, we need to have a policy paper that will guide this area of tourism in terms of infrastructure, in terms of investment, in terms of the people that will actually walk through. What are the basic qualifications expected, even for some of the tour guides that will be taking us around some of these things? So we need to first have a policy paper that will guide in the area of tourism. I can tell you that we do not lack this basic infrastructure, this basic heritage that we can convert into tourism. Because all those things we go out to go and see, our heritage of, if you go to India, they will tell you some of the things that they believed in, and they will take you out there and start explaining to you whether it's right, whether it's wrong. You and I will nod our head and say yes. So if you come to Nigeria and I say, okay, this particular area is where Jesus Christ visited, which is part of Africa, and you are able to mount some of those things that replicate it. Don't forget that some people said that even the religion that we actually say emanated from Africa. So why are we not capitalizing on some of these things? It's because we don't have a policy paper to guide this area of tourism that will attract even investors to see how to build on them.
Right, policy papers that serve as a guide. But you know, most times when we talk about African tourism, the conversation usually focuses on international visitors, because when you hear tourism, you're like, oh, people coming from other continent. But how important is intra-African tourism, the idea of Africans traveling within Africa to the future of the industry? Because even personally, I've had cases where I want to go for a vacation and I'm like, I'm not even considering an African country, but gradually there has been a mind shift. Most people focus on the international space. How important is intra-African tourism?
Yeah, I think the first area that we need to consider is the connectivity even between the African sector. It's more difficult to travel within the African continent than going to UK or US. Not until late that we had airline that was actually planning. I think my visit twice to Gambia stipulates the number of hours, and I asked myself, am I actually traveling out of African setting? With this, I have to take you to a particular country before they connect you back to Gambia, and took like almost the whole day. The complexity in the area of our connectivity in Africa is something that our leaders need to actually work on. I'm sure the African Free Trade Zone has been bottled up because it's even more costlier to move goods from Gambia to Nigeria, from East Africa to West Africa, from South Africa even to the North Africa. It's difficult and of great complex to move and migrate within the African culture, which is not obtainable when it has to do with areas in the Europe. So that is one fundamental problem why a lot of people consider it as a challenge. If you have to consider moving by road, just in an adventure way, just I think 2 weeks ago, I traveled to Ghana by road. I decided to do that to enhance some of the deliverables that will be given when I'm making my analysis. And Sarah, I can tell you for free, it was a very smooth drive when you are moving, through the coast of Africa from Benin to Lomé, from Lomé to Ghana. But I asked myself a question. I'm moving within West Africa, and it's pretty difficult for smooth movement within the African setting as if I'm going to Europe, where people have to be asking me questions. In fact, the worst of it was when we were actually coming back, and with my green passport to enter Nigeria, several questions were being asked from us, and I asked myself, we don't face this kind of over scrutiny when we travel to Europe. So you ask yourself, is that encouraging on your part to travel within African cities? So the connectivity between African continents needs to be improved upon if we must encourage tourism. And I can tell you, I went for a golf tournament in Ghana, and it was quite insightful. I'm like, I've been to Ghana severally, but I was in Tema and we visited several areas, their beach, very lovely area, planning to even go to another. Golf has enlightened me to travel more these days. Asemota Golf Course, we are being told that it's another mind-blowing inside Accra. But the major problem is the connectivity. The way you have a smooth ride when you travel to Europe, either by rail or even by water system, is difficult for us to have in our continent, Africa. To even travel by air, it takes you a whole day, as if you are going to Australia. That area, our government needs to decisively improve on it so that we can celebrate ourselves the more, rather than saying that it's the foreign. When you don't believe in things that you have locally, how do you want to attract the foreign people to come and participate in what you consider as your own? How many Europeans do you see leaving their continent to say they want to, except they want to come and explore and look at areas where to catch out with? They know there are lots to tap from Africa, but they would rather stay within their continent to enjoy some of their vacation that we have. So we must encourage, and the government, the AU must be intentional on saying how our people within the scope can definitely encourage themselves to partake in some of this area. There are a lot of beautiful things in Africa that I can tell you that if it's tapped into and the connectivity is made easy, we'll definitely enjoy the largesse of what we call deep tourism industry.
Right, you mentioned connectivity. I was going to ask you a question about the cost of it, but you've also touched on it, whereby it's sometimes even more expensive to travel from one African country to another African country than it would be, traveling outside that continent. But you've already spoken on that. But before we wrap up with this segment, there's also the issue about perception. Some international audiences still associate Africa primarily with poverty, conflict, disease, or wildlife. And sometimes it reflects from the kind of movies that they see, the kind of documentaries that they see, giving a wrong perception. They see Africa as, I saw a video one time, it was just a comic relief, but it was communicating something where someone from the Western world was asking, do you guys even have water in Africa? There's this depiction. But how much does Africa's global image, affect tourism, affect investment, and affect people's willingness to visit the continent?
Yeah, I think we basically and typically our problem. You ask yourself as an African, do you believe in African culture, values that is actually being celebrated globally? Not too long you heard about in Brazil, our local language here are actually being, studied and people acknowledge it. But it is still in the same country. Sarah and I will find it difficult to allow our children to even speak our local dialect and want to go in the European way. So first and foremost, we must believe in the culture and the heritage that we have. When you now go to the entertainment world, to depict what African is all about. What is the function of the census board? What are you marketing to the world about yourself? It is the way Sarah portrays himself that I'm going to handle her, even in the public space. It is the way Sheson said he is that people will attract him. So most of the time we communicate and demarket ourselves with some of the products that we have even to the major world. I can tell you, in terms of corruption, insecurity, it pervades globally. But you will not see the way our own people move on social media, castigating ourselves and demarketing ourselves. And European will not actually do that. How many of us believe even in the country or even in the continent where we found ourselves? I continue to tell a lot of people, I have opportunity to have actually relocated, but I told myself, will I want to be considered a second fiddle outside the shore of this country, or I want to build my country in such a way that it will attract foreign people that will come and enjoy some of the good things that we have. The way we market ourselves. When you look at some of the local movies we produce locally, it depicts evil all the time. While the white men are bringing in innovation, creativity of what they are doing, all we are doing is how we are killing ourselves how we are changing ourselves. So we must have a reorientation of mind and repeat how we market ourselves to the global space. The way you portray yourself is the way that people will actually welcome you, and it's a major thing. And it must start from home, start from childhood. Make people, the younger generation, to have belief and confidence, even in this nation. If you see a younger generation now and asking, what actually do you want? Oh, I don't want to study in this country. As soon as I'm finished, I want to go to Canada, I want to go to US, I want to go to UK. Some does not even know some country, they will just make mention of it because they are. We are not an average European or Asians go to China. They build the culture in such a way that right from childhood, they have confidence in their nation, in their continent, in their country. And that on its own spurs it up that when they travel out, they want to have connection back home. But it's a different thing with African setting, not peculiar to the West. Across the African setting, when we leave the shore of African continent, we get disconnected and we don't even want to come back home because of a lot of things. I was telling somebody that what we grew up to know, even within this our country, is that our parents orientate our brain that you don't go to the village so that they don't kill you. And I'm sure that was the narration a lot of people grew up with in that. So you discover that those of us that our parents migrated to Lagos, we stayed in Lagos. So if within the system, we see ourselves as much of evil, so what are we portraying to the global space? We must start having a different narration when it comes to how we market ourselves, how some of the movies, some of the narration, even on social media, about our continent.
Right, being intentional about what we put out there. It doesn't mean that our challenges don't exist. It just means that the portrayal that we put out there or how we portray these things can have an effect or an impact on how we're perceived by other continents around the world. Amazing one there. Thank you so much, Sheson. But we're not going yet. We just need to go on a very quick break. And when we come back, we move into the second segment of the conversation. And Sheson Okwade will still be here to continue the conversation with us. Do not go anywhere. Just Africa continues in a moment.
Africa is a rich continent, and when it comes to African countries with hidden riches, Burundi is generally overlooked. This little East African nation, located between Rwanda, Tanzania, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, has a strong, distinct identity. Drums in Burundi do more than just generate sounds, they also convey stories. The royal drummers of Burundi, Abatimbo, are more than just performers. They are historians, keepers of traditions, and spiritual messengers. These gigantic drums, built from hollowed-out tree trunks and coated in animal hide, are regarded with respect. In reality, for centuries, they were only utilized for sacred rites, royal events, and national holidays. Here's what makes this unique. Burundi drumming is unofficially protected by UNESCO as part of the world's intangible cultural heritage. That is, the sound of the Burundian drum is not just a national icon, but also a global treasure. And they are not your typical beat makers. The ritual is ordered and ceremonial. Drummers perform while dancing, holding the drums on their heads and producing rhythm with their bodies rather than with their hands. It's poetry in motion, tradition in tempo. However, Burundi's rhythms are not limited to drums. There is also a rhythm to their agriculture. Over 90% of Burundians depend on agriculture, primarily for substance. Burundians know how to cultivate life, from coffee, the country's main exports, to bananas, beans, and sweet potatoes, even on limited territory. Despite decades of political unrest and economic challenges, the Burundian spirit remains resilient. Kingship, oral storytelling, and shared traditions are essential components of community life. There is an unsaid value in their community, as evidenced by their Ubushigante, a cultural council of wise elders who have traditionally helped settle conflicts and uphold moral standards. So, Burundi may be one of Africa's tiniest countries. It may not always make headlines. However, it embodies a continent's heartbeat through its drums, people, and Asia's customs. One that teaches us that even the smallest countries may echo the loudest truth if we only stop and listen. I am Laura Iheke for SOUQ News. Until next time, let's keep sharing stories that bring this continent together.
Welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. And before we went on that break, we examined Africa's tourism potential and some of the barriers preventing the continent from fully benefiting from it. But tourism is about much more than hotels, sightseeing, and when properly developed, tourism can create jobs, it can create small businesses, it can generate foreign exchange, and create markets for local products. So let's look at tourism from an economic perspective. Sheson Okwade, how powerful can tourism actually be as an economic driver for African countries? And what happens to the wider economy when a country successfully develops its tourism sector?
Yeah, thank you very much, Sarah. And while we're concluding the first segment, I wanted to say something. There's this adage that we used to have that if you have half glass full with water, they will tell you that how are you perceiving it, half filled or half empty. I'm sure you know there are two distinct things. And I think our leaders should start looking, how do we perceive ourselves? Are we half full with the notion to have a complete, package? Or we are half empty, we don't have anything, ignoring some of those great things that we have within our setting. Going by the question you asked, economically, tourism has a potential of generating billions of dollars for us in Africa. And what do I mean? Just like you said in your prologue, it's beyond hotels, it's beyond sightseeing. You can imagine when people come in within African setting just to have sightseeing, and where they are, they can open up ideas that you may not be seeing, that now creates, a business opportunity for them being visiting your country. One. Two, when people go out on tour, it's a relaxation period where you can think through certain things that can add value to yourself. So at that point in time, it's not that you are actually in a work mode to put pressure. So when you are in a relaxed mode, you see beyond what you're saying. And that's why when people travel, they will tell you that they are out there in other countries for vacation. But while they are on vacation, they are actually looking at business opportunity that they can tap into. So that's what tourism can do. Where some of the areas where we cannot develop, we can have an agreement, we can have a tripartite agreement with other investors that will come into the country, synergize with the local manufacturers, and see how they can deliver spot on. But when people are not even coming into your space, how much of it can you speak good of that particular area? So tourism has potential beyond the hotels that we're actually looking at, beyond sightseeing, but area of collaboration and tapping into some of the resources that we have that can bring synergy between the international world and the local manufacturers, even in our country.
So what industries would you say benefit most from tourism?
It's across board, if you ask me. So take, for example, if somebody goes all the way to Osun State, and while you are at Osun, I know there is one tourist attraction area in Osun, and coincidentally, not too far from Elisha, you have the gold mining area. Aside that mining the gold, there are other potentials that can be created when you have people coming. It may not be even the Westerners, it may be other fellow African person that will tap into that resources and see how you can collaborate to explore and make measurable area of some of those things. A lot of us have been asking, how can we even grow our power sector? When people come visiting, they can see the lapses that we have, bring in technology that can assist in reducing some of the cobwebs that we even have out there. I'm not saying that we can't think through locally to make some of these things done, but there are power in synergy. Globally, what you are struggling with today is what some people have struggled with in time past, and they find solution. So rather than you creating solution on your own, you can go ahead, buy into their own solution, and see how you can integrate it into it. When it comes to art and culture, I can tell you that so much is actually being earned via entertainment industry, but we seem not to even have deeper understanding of what we can do. How much of show do we have within our continent that can attract even people within the African culture to come and enjoy some of it? So it's cut across strata of the economy that we have, but we must be intentional to make sure that we open up and speak the positive aspect that will attract other people, both within the African continent and outside, to the good things that we are doing.
Right, very interesting. Let's talk about job creation for a minute. Tourism actually has the potential to create employment for young people because majority of our population on the continent is actually young adults, especially in the hospitality sector, transportation, entertainment, like you mentioned, food, fashion, and even creative industries. But how can African countries, ensure that tourism creates quality and sustainable employment rather than just mainly low-paying jobs?
Thank you very much, Grace. If you ask me, when we look at tourism, there are a lot of potentials that we lack because the youths have not actually tapped into some of the things that we have here. Let me give a typical example. Every one of us today tends to wear the English wear to offices and the likes. Have we thought of promoting African culture? That even you as a presenter, you come out with local ashoki or the one that you have from the East, and you disseminate those information.
We do. You should look out for us on Fridays, weekends, majorly. But
how often do we do that?
Across platforms, we've seen a couple of people rep this African brand. Maybe not as much as it should be, but I think that there's some sort of progress in that aspect.
I know we do that, but what I'm passing out here as we speak is we should make it more often. It is when you put something at the face of people they celebrate it. How did we adopt this English way of ours? We feel because we are colonized by the Britons, it's their way of life. What stops me with the big English that I'm actually speaking and I'm putting on my cap and some of them, I do that a lot is because actually today I'm in a particular forum that will not allow such things. But I've been a preacher to say every area I want to go to, I want a situation where I will wear a native, put up my cap, and speak as a typical traditional man. But when you go there, people are looking at you as one old school that do not actually understand the dynamics of things. But I feel the youth are actually buying into some of these things with the creativity in the fashion world. And I hope we can encourage some of these things, promote. You see, what we need fundamentally is to promote our culture to others. If you don't sell your market, nobody will know that you even have some of those things within your system. And this can create jobs for our youth. In terms of even content creation, we can start marketing ourselves in a positive manner and attract people even into the country. So when you market the country, the continent in a positive manner, people are visiting us. You can actually create, the content of the visit of the people that have actually chosen to visit African continent. And with that, you are selling us to the world, the global space, that it is not the narrative. People come into this country on daily basis. the foreigners. And they ask yourself, it is not the magnitude of this insecurity that you claim that are here that we are actually seeing. And I ask them, it is the way that will portray some of these things outside there. So when it comes to tourism, there are a lot of potential that we can make out of it, most especially our God-given fashion sense, which a lot of foreigners are always attractive to in the African continent.
Well, I must give it to a couple of, influencers, content creators that I've noticed over time that have taken it upon themselves, even when they travel out of the country, to make sure they go with African prints, to go with African products that were specifically made by Africans, and they always talk about, oh, this is made by this person, this is made by this person. I must say that I think we're improving in that aspect. But moving on from that, one of the concerns about tourism is actually leakage, in the sense that where much of the money generated by tourists actually leave the country through foreign-owned hotels, airlines, or imported products, as well as international tour operators. But how would you say the African countries can ensure that more of the economic value generated by tourism stays within local communities, not also experiences some sort of leakage?
It's just exactly what we have been preaching across board for other arms of the government, to say we domesticate some of the things that we have. Before you can repatriate certain funds, even if you have come in to partner with the local content, you must give sizable number. You must give sizable, part of those economic value and let it domicile here as a country. But most of the time, even we ourselves prefer to repatriate our funds to foreign country because we don't want people to have understanding of what we have actually generated via those trips or tourist visit that people have actually made. It goes back to what I actually said at the beginning of it. What is the policy paper speaking to in terms of some of this investment that we are getting into the country and how we are actually managing the funds that are being generated via this tourist attraction that we have? Until we are intentional about believing in ourselves, it might really be difficult, because even when some of these funds are generated locally, even we ourselves decide to repatriate the funds outside the shore of the country because we feel that the foreign exchange will generate more income, impacting even on our own currency, which a lot of people may not have deeper understanding of. So when you have some of these things, people coming to the country, it is about them spending our currency as against bringing in those foreign exchange. And that on its own, we strengthen our currency as an individual rather than we encourage it. So when some people get the foreign exchange, they take it back and put it in their dorm account and look for a way to push it into the shore of the country. We must be intentional about this to make sure that we domicile some of the things that we have for the development of our continent.
Right. Before we wrap up with this segment, let's talk about the role that the government has to play in this. How important is it for governments to deliberately connect tourism with local businesses as well as the creative economy?
The role of government is very germane. They come up with the policy guidance in which some of this private sector will definitely implement. They set up the ease of doing business for some of those that might want to go into tourism. They provide support by possibly providing subsidy in the area where you can encourage the small and medium enterprise to venture into businesses that has to do with tourism. They provide the basic infrastructure that is needed in terms of road, in terms of health facility, in terms of security. It is the basic and major role of the government. So their role is very key and is very deep. And that's why a lot of people will tell you that the failure of the government will definitely impoverish and deal with a lot of businesses if things are not done properly the way it should be.
Right. Thank you so much, Sheson Kwade. That's an interesting segment too. But before we move on to the third segment, which talks about culture, heritage, and the business of African identity, preserving our identity while building a global African tourism brand, we'd like to take a very quick break. We need to go on a break. But when we come back, we go straight into the third segment and wrap up the conversation. Do not go anywhere. Just Africa will be back in a moment.
New generation of Nigerian artists is breathing life back into the age-old craft of bead making, a tradition that has adorned the necks, wrists, and waists of Nigerian women for centuries. Beads have always held a significant place in Nigerian culture, symbolizing wealth, status, and identity. In ancient times, they were used as currency and were integral in various rites of passage from birth to marriage. However, with the advent of modernity, the demand for traditional bead making dwindled as imported jewelry and contemporary fashion took center stage. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye will explore the noticeable resurgence in the popularity of beads, fueled by renewed interest in African heritage and craftsmanship. This revival is not merely a nostalgic nod to the past, but a vibrant contemporary movement that blends tradition with modern fashion trends.
Welcome back. You're still watching Just Africa on SOUQ News Television, and I still have my guest, Sheson Okwade, a policy and public affairs analyst. And right now we're moving to the third segment. Tourism is not only about beautiful destinations. Very true. People travel because they want to experience something. They want to experience history, food, music, architecture, traditions, art, and ways of life. Africa's cultural diversity is therefore one of its greatest tourism assets. But that raises an important question. How do we commercialize culture without losing its meaning? Sheson Okwade, I'm going to throw that to you. How do we commercialize culture without losing the meaning and the essence of culture?
It's something that is very easy if you ask me. Take, for example, the musical world, our cultural heritage, as regard the concepts. Globally, we have been respected for this, and majority of our musicians are welcome outside the shore of this country. But the question I keep asking myself is the failure of the government in an area that we first identified, which is insecurity, deters our musicians to organize the kind of world-class, musical concerts that they would do, in Europe to attract people down here. That's one fundamental problem. But if you look at our culture, is it in the fashion sense? I love the break that we had not too long about some of the culture. As a matter of fact, I must give kudos to some of our influencers and the younger generation, the creativity that are born out of some of our ways that our forefathers have done. These days, I move practically everywhere and I see people wearing, what they call ofi, with some pockets, put up the shirts. And I ask myself, this is, man. And you can imagine when people come out here from the foreign country and they look at you, they are only used with the normal trouser and this thing. But here they are, seeing different, blends of fabrics that can be used to make a fashion and make things happen. Also, look at the area of our art and crafts. A lot of things are actually being developed. If you go to Benin, we have an history that can actually be looked through for you to make sure that when people look at this, they know where we are coming from, where we are. Go to the north, go to the west, go to Ife and the other area. Look at the way our royal fathers are actually being admonished when there is this eulogizes that happens when a king enters into a particular area. I'm sure some of these foreigners, they don't understand because the people that eulogize, they don't read it in the book. It comes extempore. And that gives so much value that even when they do it for you, it's not a royal father or from something, you start spending, if you have a mind of just giving 200 naira, if care is not taking, you start dashing out 1,000 naira. It's to tell you that the creativity in that is actually winning so much of some of this area. And across, our continent in Africa, we have different culture that can attract these foreigners. Because I can tell you, they don't have it, especially the Western world. You can talk about the Asians, they promote themselves. I know while we're growing up, a lot of us watch Indian film, Chinese film, we know what is connoted with. What is African connoted with? Even at this point where we are, we must start encouraging our culture and building so much that it will attract a lot of people to believe in some of the things that are happening in the African continent.
Right. I must say that in that, you mentioned something about Ofi and, some other attires. I must say that, truthfully, we are coming up with ways to make this in. Even you see videos of people taking their mothers' Iro and Buba, Ashoke, and transforming it into something beautiful, and you can see that we are preserving that culture. As we prepare to wrap up the conversation, let's talk about local communities now. What role do you think local communities have to play in tourism development? Should communities simply be beneficiaries of tourism revenue, or should they have a greater role in deciding how their cultural and natural resources are developed?
Yeah, I would say that before anything is done, there should be an understanding between the local and whosoever that is promoting that particular culture. Most of the time, a lot of people exploit, the locals of some of the things that they have, and they do not get benefit from it. I'm not saying that anything you should give back funds, but you should look at areas of developing, those cultural things that has generated or yielded fund for you, the tourist guide or the tourist person, and make sure that you give back to the people. If as at the time that you are actually there, there are no infrastructure that can strengthen those the education sector, what stops you of building it? If we study, it does not deprive us of our culture. There are culture you can't take away from African setting. When you talk in terms of respect, I'm sure you see a lot of people today, what they are actually concerned about is that they are called respect irrespective of who you are. Hospitality. In the foreign country, there are times I travel and people will not even offer you water. I'm sure, Sarah, if I come to your house and say hello, the first thing you want to do, oh, can I offer you a cold glass of water? It speaks to our hospitality. Even when I don't know, you go ahead, prepare food and welcome me. You can't take away some of those culture. So part of the things I will encourage is that when people tap or generate income from some of the heritage in some of these local, they must give back to the people in quantum in developing that area in such a way that their children can be beneficiary of the heritage that their forefathers have actually protected, not we selling out the heritage that was actually given to us in terms of tourism.
Right, that has been a very beautiful and robust conversation, and I'd love to go on and on and on, but time will not permit me to do so. Thank you so much, Olusegun Okunade, for joining me on Just Africa today and for sharing your insights on an issue that goes far beyond tourism. I'm sincerely grateful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for having me. It's always a great time to be on set with you. Continue the good work you're doing. And for the management of SOUQ, continue to promote African culture, and together we'll make it great. Thanks, and bye for now.
Thank you, and have a lovely day. Thank you so much. Now, today's conversation has just shown us that tourism is not simply about attracting visitors. It is about jobs, entrepreneurship, investment, culture, infrastructure, and economic opportunity. Africa has the history, we have the culture, we have the landscapes, we have the people. But the real question is whether we can build the systems, infrastructure, and partnerships necessary to turn those assets into sustainable economic value and ensure that the communities who own these stories and resources are part of the prosperity they create. Because Africa shouldn't only be a destination that the world visits. It should be a continent whose people are empowered to benefit from what the world comes to experience. Thank you once again for joining us on this edition of Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. If you missed any part of today's program, you can catch the replay on our digital platforms at SOUQ News Television and SOUQ Digital. Until I come your way next time, I am Sarah Owusu-Ansah. Thank you for watching and enjoy the rest of your day.
Ever wondered about the heartbeat of Africa? It's in its music and dance. From the ancient rhythms of the djembe to the vibrant moves of gumboot dancing, African cultures express stories, history, and community through incredible artistic traditions. Each beat tells a tale, each step a celebration. Discover the diverse sounds that unite and define communities across the continent. This is more than entertainment, it's a living heritage. What's your favorite African rhythm? Share in the comments. Just Africa Insights, SOUQ News Television.
Festivity is more than celebration. It is the soul of many communities. Festivals light up people's hearts, giving them a sense of identity, unity, and continuity. There are moments when culture speaks loudly, reminding generations to erode their values, norms, and traditions. In Anambra State, one of the most revered and celebrated festivals is the Ofala Festival of Onitsha. Deeply rooted in history and spirituality, Ofala is not merely a royal ceremony, expression of pride, belonging, and resilience. It has become a unifying force, strengthening the bond between the monarch and his subject, while also positioning Onitsha on a global cultural map. According to research by Bayo Olaoye, veteran broadcaster and cultural analyst, the Ofala Festival has transformed into more than a cultural showcase. It has become a catalyst for socio-economic growth, contributing over 1 billion naira annually to local commerce through festival-related activities. This growth reflects in vibrant trade, booming hospitality, creative industries, and transport services that all thrive during the festive period. At its core, Ofala is a spiritual renewal. The monarch emerges from seclusion to commune with his people, marking the end of a sacred period of reflection and intersection for the community's well-being. Day 1 of the festival, known as Iru Ofala, is dedicated to the monarch. The Obi of Onitsha appears in majestic regalia, saluting his people to the rhythm of traditional drums, a display of authority, continuity, and grace. The second day, Azu Ofala, belongs to the people. Age-grade societies parade in vibrant uniforms, dance troupes perform with energy, entitled men and women honor the throne. The elite Oru women make their presence felt, while youths add vitality through the Ofala Youth Carnival, which has grown from a small-town procession into a major cultural feature. Together, these elements embody the inclusiveness of the festival, showing that Ofala is for everyone, regardless of age, gender, or social standing. The economic benefits are equally remarkable. Traders record peak sales, food vendors sell thousands, tailors and designers secure new commissions, hoteliers welcome visitors, and transporters enjoy increased patronage. What may appear as fleeting cultural activity, in reality, a vital revenue stream for the community. Beyond the festival, the momentum continues through initiatives like Onitsha Development Fund, which support entrepreneurs, women, and youth, helping to sustain cultural and economic growth all year round. For women play a central role, from the culinary teams that cater for guests to the Oru women who showcase elegance and tradition. Their contribution keep the spirit of the festival alive. The youth, through their carnival, embody continuity, ensuring that values of resilience, unity, and creativity are passed down to the next generation. In truth, Ofala is not just about ceremony, it is about renewal, identity, and opportunity. It tells the story of a people proud of their past, confident in their culture, and determined to shape their future. As Olaoye notes, the theme, often chosen for the festival, such as unity and perseverance, is more than symbolic. It is a timely reminder that communities thrive when they stay true to their roots, embrace resilience, and pursue collective progress. The Ofala Festival of Onitsha stands today as a celebration of heritage and driver of social-economic growth. It is proof that culture, when honored and properly harnessed, is not just memory, it is wealth, it is resilience, it is life. Ofala Onitsha, a tradition renewed, an economy strengthened, and a people united. Olumide Shokoya reporting for SOUQ News Television. For centuries, much of Africa remained unknown to the outside world, not because it was empty, but because it was unexplored, misunderstood, and unmapped. In the 18th century, European knowledge of Africa barely extended beyond its coast. Maps of interior were often filled with guesswork or left blank entirely. As one observer noted at the time, map makers filled the unknown with drawings of animals because they simply did not know what lay beyond. This began to change in the late 1700s. Explorers set out into the interior, driven by curiosity, ambition, and the search for trade routes. One of the greatest mysteries was the source of the Nile. Scottish explorer James Bruce traveled deep into Ethiopia in 1770, determined to find it. But even discovery came with uncertainty. Bruce identified a source of the Blue Nile, but later realized that another river might be even more significant. Yet, like many explorers of the time, he focused on his own claim, highlighting how knowledge of Africa was still incomplete and contested. Back in Europe, Africa was still largely a mystery. Stories from explorers sparked fascination, but also skepticism. Some accounts were dismissed as exaggerations. The result? A continent rich in reality, but poorly understood globally. Yet beneath this uncertainty was a growing interest in trade, in resources, in access. Understanding Africa's interior was not just about geography. It was about economic opportunity and strategic advantage. Today, the challenge is different, but familiar. Africa is no longer unknown, but is still often misrepresented or misunderstood. And just like in the past, those who understand the continent best will shape its future. Here is a look at the desert route that connected different parts of Africa, areas that were known locally but not fully understood by outsiders at the time.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome to Words of Our Fathers. Today we'll be considering this proverb. When a hunter has one arrow, he does not shoot aimlessly. In other words, make use of the opportunities that you have. And there are immense opportunities in this country. There are immense opportunities at work. There are immense opportunities in the community. There are immense opportunities in the country. It also talks about talent. One should appreciate or show the talent that he has. One should be able to utilize his attributes or her attributes. Don't hide your talent. Show it. Let people know it. But don't be self-conceited about it. Use the opportunities before you. Seek for opportunities. Seek for new ways of doing things. And the world will be a better place. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Today is an important day in the lives of every woman all over the world. Celebration of International Women's Day is really quite welcome because a lot of women have made immense contributions to the human society, and they must be commended and encouraged, and they should be given access to quality education, health facilities, food. Category of women, when you think of young girls and young women who have been used as slaves in different homes as housemaids, but they also deserve to be given good quality. Everyone, you expect other young children to take care of your own children, and yet you don't really believe that they deserve good quality of life. So it is with this that we all want to speak to ourselves directly, whether we are actually playing our own role. Even as women, do we really believe in gender equality? If so, how do we put it into practice? What have we done to help our fellow human beings to achieve their goals in life? Some people still believe that young girls should be at the rung of the ladder. So we must remember that those who have made their marks in the different fields in the past are those that were given the opportunity. So please let us find within ourselves, deep in our hearts, the roles that we ourselves have played. If we have reached the top of the ladder, do we kick that ladder off so that others don't climb and get to the same level with us? To embrace honesty and integrity, we must do something. And this is the day that has been set aside for all women all over the world, whether you are in Nigeria or in Ghana or in China. We should really continue to play our own role. Many singers have made songs about women being top of the ladder or in different areas as teachers and doctors. But it's very difficult for a woman to compose a song about a woman getting there. It's only men. If we go back into the records, you will discover that it's only men. And I can mention one or two of the names without promoting the music of the bands or whoever it is that have done their own little bits. It's men that sing the praises of women. Women hardly sing the praises of one another. There's hardly anywhere, except at Christmas, of course, when it's a universal and a religious thing that everyone should sing the praise of the child that is born at that time by a woman. So that is the best time that you hear a woman sing about, the progress that should be made by women, the encouragement that they should be given. So let us play our own role in our own little corner and make sure that life gets better and better. Year in, year out. We shall come back again to celebrate, this time again next year. Happy International Women's Day.
From the early days of humanity, when people roamed the earth unclothed, to the Stone Age when leaves and natural materials were used for modesty, clothing has undergone a remarkable transformation. As we progress to the weaving of fabrics and the art of textile printing, Ankara emerged as one of the earliest and most distinctive forms of attire. Today, Ankara has evolved beyond its origins, becoming a significant cultural symbol for various ethnic groups, states, and nations. Ankara, more than just a fabric, it's a symbol of pride and culture for millions across West Africa, deeply embedded in their identity and heritage. I bet you've been in touch with this fabric one way or the other, but have you ever asked where and how it all began? The journey and history of Ankara is what we are about to uncover, and how it became a powerful emblem of African heritage. The story of Ankara begins not in Africa, but thousands of miles away in Indonesia, using the batik techniques. Batik is an ancient Indonesian art from where wax is used to create different patterns on fabric. The process involves applying wax to certain areas of the fabric to resist dye, creating elaborate designs. In the 19th century, Dutch colonizers who controlled Indonesia recognized the appeal of batik and then sought to replicate it. They adapted the technique using industrial methods such as roller printing to produce the fabric more efficiently and in larger quantities. Talking about its transition to West Africa, Dutch manufacturers initially aimed to sell the printed batik fabric in Indonesia and Europe. However, fabric found a more enthusiastic market in West Africa, where it was embraced for its vibrant colors and patterns. The Dutch prints, while not initially popular in Europe, became highly prized in West African countries, evolving into what is now known as Ankara. How about its cultural integration? Well, the exact individual or company responsible for introducing batik to the African market is not well documented, but over time, Ankara became deeply integrated into West African culture, symbolizing various aspects of identity, status, and tradition. Despite its Indonesian origins, it is now predominantly recognized as a quintessential element of African fashion. It is clear that the adaptation and adoption of batik by Dutch traders played a crucial role in the fabric's journey to West Africa. By the early 20th century, these vibrant fabrics had become deeply embedded in the West African culture, from bustling markets to family gatherings. Ankara was more than just clothing. It was a statement of identity, social status, and unity. Even today, Ankara continues to hold a special place in West African society, alongside other widely recognized fabrics, reflecting the region's rich textile heritage. Talking about human civilization and the remarkable transformation of covering our body, Ankara fabric stands out with a deep historical roots. Let's take a look at some of the beautiful collections and hear from one of the biggest retailer in Balogun Market, Lagos Island.
I deal in what you call it, Ankara fabrics. We have the big one, which is vegetable block wax. That's the bigger range. You have the medium range. There are also vegetable block wax. So those are the two types of category that we sell. We buy from wholesalers, which is on the mainland. Then we sell. Like people use it for ashwebi. Some people use it for ready to wear, like tailors. They use it for ready to wear. And some people just buy it for maybe like a mini celebration, or in short, all celebration, all ceremony and celebration. So this one now, this is a medium high target, vegetable block wax. This is a medium one. If you touch it, you will see the texture. It's not that 100% cotton. So compared to this one is a big one. Yeah. So when you touch it, you see the difference. This big one, this medium.
This is big, this is medium.
Yes. That's the difference. This has more quality than this. So that's the difference. And it's not that this one is bad. It's just that some people's pockets that will determine if you can go for big. Some don't like the medium one, so they go for this. They based on this. Buy some that can't afford this, just buy this.
So the rest is just about design.
Yes.
The two types that you have here.
Yes.
The rest is just about design, different designs.
It's not.
As West Africa gained independence in the 1960s, Ankara's popularity soared. It became a symbol of African pride, a rejection of colonial influences, and an embrace of cultural heritage. From everyday wear to high fashion, Ankara represented a new era of self-expression.
We are playing with this machine. We have this time, so you can leave it for 5 minutes, you can leave it for 3 minutes, depends on how strong you want it to be. So and as long as you can keep it for that a couple of times, that's how it will last.
Will last, okay.
And another thing that make it fade off easily is washing machine.
Oh.
Yeah, when you are using a washing machine.
So it should be hand washed, not
not strong wash. You know, Ankara is not something that, especially when it's adult clothes. You know, it's not something that you rub
on the floor.
It's also some particular places to wash.
Ankara is for both sex, male and female. And we have adopted it as an African one. Even some of our brothers abroad is taking it outside to show as an African one. A lot of people see it as the easiest fabric that you can take and make anything that you want out of it. That's why what I have done with the market is there are influx of it's going on. And you know it's not only in Lagos, when you bring it out, other people will say, people will all sorts of places. So that is how it spread. So you'll be surprised that you're sitting down here, you will see design today, tomorrow you will not see it again. So there are some trends in Ankara, there are some outfit that is like, well, you can't specify now because anybody can wear anything, but you see some colors that are too sharp. You say that is outside color. Igbos like dark color, yellowish, and you know there are some like this one that is here now. Is an Igbo uniform. That fragrance stuff. An Igbo uniform. If you see, go to.
Okay.
If you go to function, you see things like that. And if you go to market, it's a separate, and the price is different. It doesn't move like the others.
Okay.
So you have to buy with caution.
Today, Ankara is not just a fabric, it's a global phenomenon worn by millions. It graces runways from Lagos to Paris, New York to Tokyo. As a symbol of African pride and identity, Ankara continues to evolve, influencing fashion, art, and culture worldwide. From its unexpected beginnings in Indonesia to becoming a powerful symbol of African identity, Ankara's journey is a proof to the resilience and creativity of West Africa. However, as we move forward, what challenges and opportunities lie ahead for this iconic fabric? Join us in the next episode as we explore the current state of Ankara production and the hurdles it faces into this global market. I am Grace Komalafe. See you again.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are 3 reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances, unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationship with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts,
AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is the need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than we can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, while the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, it will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for SOUQ News.
Welcome to Cash Crafts. My name is Grace Komolafe. In Nigeria's agro space, palm kernel oil, PKO, is an underrated cash cow, quiet, consistent, and massively profitable. Known for its wide use in the cosmetics, pharmaceutical, and food industries, PKO is extracted from palm kernels and is in the high demand both locally and internationally. What makes this venture truly attractive is its accessibility. With Nigeria being one of the largest producers of oil palm in the world, palm kernels are readily available, especially in states like Ondo, Edo, Imo, Delta, Cross River, and Akwa Ibom. And here is the kicker: nothing goes to waste. After extracting the oil, the cake left behind is sold as livestock feed. The shell, it fuels boilers or is sold to ceramic and brick industries. Every part of the process holds value. So, what makes PKO processing a powerful cash craft? High return on investment. You can process 1 ton of palm kernel to yield up to 400 liters of oil. Multiply that by market price, and you are looking at solid margins. Market demand. Soap manufacturers, beauty brands, bakeries, producers plus PKO is equal to good. Also locate soap factories and bakeries. Now, sell via online platforms. You can connect to exporters.ng and B2B portals. We go to 5. Understand regulations and packaging. Ensure hygienic NAFDAC compliance packaging if selling to food and beauty firms. Learn the rules for local transportation or export standards. And finally, palm kernel oil processing is a low noise, high profit business with deep roots in Nigeria's agricultural economy. With the right tools, connections, and product quality, you could turn this natural resource into a thriving year-round business. I am Grace Komalafe. This isn't expert advice, but it's a wake-up call. Don't just think, do it. In this business, your vision, precision, and consistency will bring you the cash craft you seek. I'll see you again.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin-in-the-Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics, but it was very much one of the centerpieces of British culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go, that's progress for you.
St. Martin's-in-the-Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practiced for some classical concert, so I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes listening to it. It's lovely, it's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't use it much time. So maybe we should have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere.
Housing infrastructure as a driver of economic growth. In virtually every nation, the discourse on economic growth often revolves around output, foreign investment, technology, and human capital development. Yet, one element that remains underexplored but profoundly fundamental is housing infrastructure. Housing is more than shelter. It is an economic commodity, a social stabilizer, and a catalyst for development. From job creation to stimulating demand in allied industries, and from serving as collateral for wealth creation to enabling urban renewal, housing infrastructure stands at the heart of sustainable economic advancement. At the core of modern economies, housing represents both a consumption good and an investment asset. For households, it is often the most valuable property they own. For governments, housing development is a visible marker of social responsibility, while for economies, it serves as a growth engine with multiplier effects across sectors. According to Bayo Olaoye, veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, well-planned housing infrastructure is not just about erecting buildings. When integrated with urban planning, it prevents slum expansion, enhances livability, and boosts productivity. World Bank estimates show that the real estate and construction sector contributes between 7% and 14% of global GDP, depending on the region. In advanced economies, such as United States, housing-related activities, construction, real estate, mortgage finance, home improvement, and property services are major drivers of employment and wealth creation. In emerging economies like Nigeria, housing contributes about 3.1% of GDP, though with vast untapped potential. Its influence cuts across financial markets, labor absorption, raw material demand, and energy consumption patterns. One of the clearest pathways through which housing drives growth is job creation. Development requires diverse skilled and unskilled labor, from architects and engineers to masons, electricians, and artisans. The construction phase alone is labor-intensive and generates immediate employment. Beyond that, housing stimulates growth in allied sectors such as cement, steel, timber, and glass. Industries producing furniture, interior decor, and home appliances thrive as household spending increases, while financial institutions expand their mortgage and insurance portfolios. The International Labour Organization, ILO, estimates that each housing unit constructed generates between 5 and 7 jobs, depending on project complexity. In countries grappling with high youth unemployment, this represents a powerful avenue for labor absorption and poverty reduction. Furthermore, housing facilitates wealth accumulation and capital formation. Unlike consumer goods that depreciate, housing retains or increases in value. For many households, home ownership is the foundation of financial security and upward mobility. Housing assets also serve as collateral for credit, driving entrepreneurship and industrial growth. However, in many developing nations, underdeveloped housing finance systems limit credit access, stifling broader economic potential. Expanding housing infrastructure can therefore deepen financial systems, democratize wealth, and strengthen the foundation for inclusive growth. As the United Nations projects that nearly 70% of the global population will live in urban areas by 2050, nations like Nigeria must treat housing as a strategic tool for urban renewal and sustainable development. Cities with adequate housing attract investment, foster innovation, and enhance livability, while poor housing conditions breed overcrowding, insecurity, and economic inefficiency. In essence, housing infrastructure is not merely about buildings, it's about building economies. I'm Moyosore Adebi, SOUQ News TV.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission (ICPC) with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa (CDD).
Rest isn't laziness. It's your body's reset button. Hello, my name is Emmanuel Olise, and this is SOUQ Health Tips. Today, let's discuss one of the most underrated health boosters, sleep. You can eat right and exercise daily, but without good sleep, your body never truly recovers. Number 1, sleep is cellular repair. During deep sleep, your body heals, builds muscles, and restores energy. It's also when your brain clears out toxins and strengthens memory. 2, stick to a schedule. Go to bed and wake up at the same time every day, even on weekends. Your body thrives on rhythm. 3, create a sleep sanctuary. Dim lights, cool temperature, and 0 screens before bed. Your bedroom should tell your body it's time to rest. 4, avoid late caffeine and heavy meals. They interfere with deep sleep stages. Opt for herbal tea or light snacks instead. In summary, sleep isn't optional. It's essential medicine. Protect it like you would any prescription. I'm Emmanuel Olise, and this is SOUQ Health Tips. Sleep well, your body's counting on it.
Nigerian leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years as Nigerian and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections by small-scale craftsmen is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather products is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods, both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting
for surviving. It's Gary. The way Gary has helped me in this life. Gary, if you have like 100 naira, you can still drink Gary. If you have 100 naira, if you take pure water, you are just drinking water. But everybody is so borrow you one thing or the other. But Gary is the cheapest, I think.
Well, it's fair for me because I think fuel is as a footballer, food. Because if people chop, there's no any problem.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme, Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the at national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12, Sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that's the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered instead of distinction. So in other words, I will just say I really sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you bind any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside world, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void, and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment, it is rife and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging in these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos. And I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world, it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop, or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols have been observed to the latter, have been protected and enforced as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with the international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. When we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues. And also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitators, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them. And it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have achieved so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed. And I also there are some things I'm taking home. For instance, now, Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties will just go abroad, go tea party, shopping, but it's not the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats who know their honors, who take the bull by the horn and do what's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our situation in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because in this, Many of the MDs are here. Even state governments, like Kogi State government is here. The SSG is here. The Attorney General of Plateau State was also here. And also some top directors in the federal MDA, they are here. So it's a high class, high level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we technocrats are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So we don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interest of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interest of the country first, and also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, in the private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can, in a good faith, in a sincerity. Don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make a closing remarks on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honorable Tajidin Abbas. He has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your efforts in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse and the further issue being deliberated here. And it is believed that this message you have learned here, or what you have learned here, will be passed towards your chief executive officers, and at the same time you will guide them in achieving the necessary mandates in deciding issues of treaties, operation of treaties, and what have you. So at this juncture, on behalf of the Right Honourable Speaker, we wish you a safe return to your various destination, and we believe you will pass the message to all other necessary stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluebunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Good afternoon and welcome to World News, reaching you live from our studios in Lagos State, Nigeria. I am Sarah Obusoansa. Here are today's top stories. Nigeria's headline inflation rate is to 15.43% in July 2026, down from 15.91% recorded in June. The federal government has set a target to generate and transmit 6,000 megawatts of electricity before December as part of efforts to improve power supply. South Africa's Department of Home Affairs has introduced a mandatory 500 rand processing fee for the new electronic travel authorization system. Britain is set to support Ukraine 100% against Russia and remain by its side, according to Prime Minister Andy Burnham. And in sport news, Manchester United midfielder Bruno Fernandes has reportedly decided against leaving the club despite strong transfer interest from Galatasaray. Details of these headlines and more stories coming up shortly. Nigeria's headline inflation rate eased to 15.43% in July 2026 from 15.91% in June, according to the National Bureau of Statistics NBS Consumer Price Index report released on Monday. The 0.48 percentage point decline suggests some moderation in overall price pressures. However, the improvement in headline inflation was overshadowed by renewed pressure on food prices, with food inflation accelerating sharply on a month-on-month basis. The development remains a concern for households where food accounts for a significant share of consumer spending. The divergent movement suggests that while broader inflationary pressures may be easing, the cost of essential food items remains a major challenge for households' purchasing power and could continue to constrain consumer spending. Now, Nigeria's food inflation rose to 20.31% in July, its highest level since September 2025, despite the moderation in headline inflation to 15.43%. Food inflation increased sharply from 17.52% in June, pointing to renewed pressure on household budgets. The rise comes despite federal government's measures aimed at reducing the cost of living, including lower import duties on essential goods and services. Persistent increases in food prices could undermine the impact of broader efforts to bring down inflation for consumers, and the immediate implication is weaker purchasing power, while policymakers face the challenge of containing food prices without reversing the recent moderation in overall inflation. Meanwhile, the federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to tackling food insecurity and unemployment through agriculture and livestock development, with the Minister of Livestock Development, Idi Maiha, highlighting access to skills, finance, infrastructure, and markets as key priorities. Maiha identified climate change, flooding, animal diseases, post-harvest losses, and rising input costs as major challenges limiting the sector's productivity. He also pointed to opportunities in feed production, dairy, processing, logistics, and animal health services. Expanding these value chains could create jobs, particularly for young people and women, while increasing domestic food production. The broader impact will depend on sustained investment and the ability to address the structural challenges facing farmers and livestock producers. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has reopened open market operations securities to retail and corporate investors, allowing individuals, companies, and non-bank financial institutions to invest through deposit money banks. The move could intensify competition for funds between fixed income assets and the Nigerian exchange, particularly as OMO securities offer attractive returns. Recent rates have reached 20.39%, making them increasingly appealing to investors seeking relatively lower risk returns. This could put additional pressure on equities with weak earnings, low dividend payout, or high valuations as investors reassess their portfolios. The development may encourage a shift towards fixed income investment as market participants seek to balance returns and risk. The federal government has set a target to generate and transmit 6,000 megawatts of electricity before December as part of efforts to improve power supply and support economic activity. The Minister of Power, Joseph Tegbe, announced the target in Lagos while commissioning 2 new transformers at the Ijora transmission substation. The transformers increased the substation's capacity from 90 megavolt amperes to 230 megavolt, adding 125 megawatts of transmission capacity. The government also plans to commission 20 transmission projects before the end of 2026. If completed as planned, the project could strengthen grid capacity and improve electricity delivery, although sustained gains will depend on generation, transmission, and distribution working together. Now, Nigeria is exploring new fiber route through Niger and Benin that could reduce internet connectivity costs in landlocked Burkina Faso by up to 50%. The proposal forms part of discussions between Nigeria and Burkina Faso on expanding digital cooperation, with Nigeria seeking to leverage its growing fiber infrastructure to improve connectivity across West Africa and the Sahel for Burkina Faso. The routes could provide more affordable and reliable access to international internet capacity. For Nigeria, the initiative could strengthen its position as a regional digital infrastructure hub and create opportunities for cross-border telecommunications services. You're still watching the World News on SOUQ News Television. We'll take a break. When we come back, we move straight to African and foreign stories. Just stay with us.
Every time you spend money, you make a decision, not just about what you buy, but about the kind of economy you want to build. When you support a local business, you help create jobs, You help families earn. You help communities grow. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy. They reinvest in our neighborhoods. They create opportunity close to home. Before you click buy or choose where to shop, pause and ask, is there a local option? Because strong local businesses mean stronger cities. Stronger cities mean a stronger nation. Support local. Build the future. This message is brought to you in the interest of economic growth and national development.
On the African scene, South Africa's Department of The development highlights growing concerns among African governments over the recruitment and alleged deception of their citizens for military service abroad. Ghana's announcement could strengthen calls for greater protection of African nationals and closer monitoring of recruitment networks linked to the conflict. India is considering limited duty-free sugar import and tighter stockholding rules to increase supplies and curb record prices ahead of the major festival season. Wholesale sugar prices in Maharashtra have risen by nearly 20% since August began, increasing pressure on consumers and food businesses. Proposed measures include reducing import duties and adjusting monthly sugar allocations for meals. Higher Indian import could support global sugar prices as one of the world's largest sugar-consuming market increases purchases. At the domestic level, however, the measures are expected to ease supply shortages and meet rising demand during the festive period. The Philippines does not expect a reduction in military activities with the United States despite the redeployment of some United States defense assets to the Middle East. This is according to a military official. The movement of assets, including the USS George Washington aircraft carrier from the Pacific to the Middle East, had raised questions about United States defense arrangements in the Indo-Pacific region. However, military spokesperson Roy Vicente Trinidad said the redeployment had not created doubts about Washington's commitment to the Philippines. Manila expects defense cooperation and military activities with its treaty ally to continue. The development reflects the Philippines' effort to maintain confidence in a security partnership with the United States, despite shifting United States military priorities. In another news, Saudi Aramco has resumed loading crude oil from terminals inside the Strait of Hormuz after suspending shipment for several weeks following attacks linked to the United States and Iran conflict. 3 large crude carriers loaded about 6 million barrels between August 12th and 16th, marking a significant resumption of exports through the strategic waterway. The move could help ease shortages of heavier crude grades used by refineries and support global oil supply. However, Saudi Arabia's overall exports remain below normal levels because of continued disruptions in the Red Sea. The kingdom is therefore relying on alternative routes, leaving global energy markets exposed to further supply disruptions. In the same vein, oil prices rose for a 3rd consecutive session today as hopes for a United States-Iran peace deal weakened, raising concerns over prolonged disruption to global supplies. Brent crude gained 0.39% to $91.22 per barrel, while West Texas Intermediate rose to $85.31. The increase came amid renewed tensions around the Strait of Hormuz, a critical route for international oil shipments. Now, continued uncertainty surrounding the conflict and reduced tanker traffic could keep oil prices elevated in the coming months. Prolonged disruption through the waterway could tighten global supplies further and increase pressure on fuel prices and energy markets. Prime Minister Ukraine 100% against Russia and remain by its side following a warning from Moscow over Britain's supply of drones to Ukraine. Russia has accused London of deepening its involvement in the war after reports that British-made drones were used in long-range strikes against Russian territory. Moscow has warned of potential consequences if Britain continues its military support for Kyiv. The exchange has further increased tensions between Russia and Britain. London's continued backing of Ukraine suggests that Western military assistance remains a major factor in the conflict, even as Moscow warns against further escalation. Russia and North Korea have reaffirmed their commitment to deepening cooperation, with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov calling for what he described as output. Economic losses from the powerful earthquake that struck Colombia last week are expected to reach 30 trillion pesos, equivalent to about $9.58 billion, according to the president. The earthquake caused widespread damage to buildings and critical infrastructure across affected areas. Of the estimated losses, and about 24.5 trillion pesos was attributed to damage to buildings, while infrastructure losses were put at 5.5 trillion pesos. The scale of the destruction is expected to place significant pressure on government finances as authorities assess reconstruction needs and begin recovery efforts. The damage could also affect economic activity in the affected regions as businesses and communities work to rebuild. In sport news, Manchester United midfielder Bruno Fernandes has reportedly decided against leaving the club despite strong transfer interest from Galatasaray. The Turkish club has made a lucrative offer for the Portuguese midfielder, but Fernandes is said to have no plans to move to Turkey. He remains a key figure at Manchester United after setting a Premier League assist record last season. With 1 year remaining on his current contract and an option for another year, Manchester United are keen to retain their influential captain. His decision could provide stability for the club as it continues preparations for the new season. And finally, a growing dispute within Asian football has intensified after the Asian Football Confederation (AFC) defended its decision to join UEFA and CONCACAF in criticizing FIFA president Gianni Infantino. The confederations opposed Infantino's now withdrawn proposal to bring private investment into FIFA competitions, including the World Cup. The move has triggered disagreement among Asian football officials over the AFC's representation and decision-making process. The Qatar Football Association said it was not consulted before the joint statement and questioned the AFC's authority to speak for its 47 member associations. AFC President Sheikh Salman bin Ibrahim Al Khalifa rejected the criticism, insisting that he acted within his constitutional mandate to protect the interests of Asian football. And that is a wrap on the news this afternoon, but here is a quick recap of today's top stories. Nigeria's headline inflation rate is to 15.43% in July 2026, down from 15.91% recorded in June. The federal government of Nigeria set a target to generate and transmit 6,000 megawatts of electricity before December as part of efforts to improve power supply. South Africa's Department of Home Affairs introduced the mandatory 500 rand processing fee for the new electronic travel authorization system. Britain set to support Ukraine 100% against Russia and remain by its side, according to the Prime Minister, Andy Burnham. In sport news, Manchester United midfielder Bruno Fernandes reportedly decided against leaving the club despite strong transfer interest from Galatasaray. Many thanks for watching. Do not forget to follow us across all of our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and SOUQ Digital. I am Sarah Owusu-Ansah. Good afternoon.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself: agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice, pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better, and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. It's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for exports, especially in high demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a larger share of global markets. But the transformation goes beyond exports. Across Africa, new farming techniques and policies are helping to meet domestic demand and reduce reliance on food imports, contributing to food security across the continent. Women are also a key part of Africa's agricultural revolution. They make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, and initiatives are empowering women farmers with resources and training to enhance productivity. From subsistence to sustainability, the future of agriculture in Africa is bright. With innovation, investment, and resilient communities, Africa is sowing the seeds of prosperity.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out, starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. And supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices, and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Stalin House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004, was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is Chief Executive and President of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum's share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced a move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Girigu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Girigu Power PLC. Girigu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Girigu Power, sold down a Girigu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Ekpe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, That is what we've been doing through education, community participation. You know, we have galleries, you know, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, you know, has been doing that over the years, and you know, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of textural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous. To the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem free to come to National Museum anytime they feel like we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. You know, even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it's great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that it presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think I gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or a comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, Fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy, Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ Perspective.
In the quiet industrial town of Ajaokuta, on the banks of the river Niger, stands a symbol of both promise and betrayal. The Ajaokuta Steel Complex, once envisioned as the bedrock of Nigeria's industrial revolution, remains one of Africa's most ambitious yet unrealized projects. Conceived in 1979 and reaching near completion by the mid-90s, the plant was designed to anchor a fully integrated steel economy. It was meant to power construction, transport, defense, and manufacturing. However, it remains an idle giant. It has neither produced steel at scale nor fulfilled its promise of transformation. The urgency now is not to recount its failures, but to decisively chart a pathway to success. Ajaokuta's troubled history is well documented. Decades of policy inconsistency, failed concessions, and legal disputes have kept this complex in limbo. With obsolete equipment and disconnected supply chains, its viability is constantly undermined. Currently, Nigeria produces about 1.2 million metric tons of steel annually, far below the estimated demand of over 10 million tons. Relying heavily on scrap-based production rather than primary steel from iron ore, this structural gap translates into billions of dollars in annual imports. But there is a framework to adapt. Nations like China, India, and South Korea once faced similar uncertainty. China now produces over 1 billion tons of steel annually through state-backed industrial clusters. India, the second largest producer, expanded through governance reforms and private sector participation. Steel plants do not thrive in isolation. Ajaokuta's original design already recognized this, linking iron ore from Itakpe, rail transport to Warri, and downstream industries across the country. To succeed, this vision must be restored. The Itakpe-Ajaokuta-Warri rail corridor must be secured, and the Ajaokuta-Kaduna-Kano gas pipeline must provide the cost-effective energy central to steel competitiveness. The federal government should deliberately cultivate industrial clusters, including automotive assembly, fabrication, and defense manufacturing, to transform Ajaokuta into the nucleus of a broader industrial corridor. The path forward demands a technocratic, autonomous management structure, one insulated from short-term political cycles and replacing entrenched patronage with merit-based leadership. Rather than outright privatization, the federal government should pursue a hybrid public-private partnership (PPP) to balance efficiency with national interest. Encouragingly, recent developments suggest a shift. The government is pursuing a production sharing partnership with Chinese investors, anchored by a proposed $2 billion rehabilitation plan. Simultaneously, a landmark 2025 agreement between the Ministry of Steel Development and Defense seeks to transform part of Ajaokuta into a military-industrial complex. Reviving Ajaokuta is about more than steel. It is about structural transformation. The economic multiplier effects, job creation, technology transfer, and foreign exchange savings are substantial. Financing is not the primary constraint. Credibility, policy consistency, and execution capacity are more decisive. If these elements are harnessed, Ajaokuta can become the catalytic core of Nigeria's industrial future. If not, it risks remaining a momentum to inconsistency and unrealized national potential.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it's never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, okay? And they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
The Eyo Festival, also known as the Adamu-Orisha, is a traditional Yoruba festival unique to Lagos Island in Lagos State, the center of excellence. It is one of the most iconic cultural events in Lagos and serves as both a spiritual ceremony and a public spectacle. Eyo dates back to the 19th century, though original traditions suggest its origin may be older. It began as a rite of passage for the transition of a diseased Oba or High Chief in Lagos. In today's special report, Bayo Olaoye traces the antecedent and the genesis of this renowned cultural event. The first recorded Eyo Festival was held in 1854 to commemorate the passing of Oba Akintoye. Over time, it also became a celebration for the installation of a new Oba or to honor prominent Lagosians. The Eyo Festival is rooted in Yoruba religion and spiritual practices, specifically those of the Orisha cult. It is particularly associated with the Adamu-Orisha, a deity representing ancestors and spiritual guardians. The Eyo Festival is essentially a masquerade festival. The masqueraders are called Eyo, and each represents a spirit of the ancestors. These Eyo figures are customized in flowing white robes with large hats and face coverings. They carry okpas, known as batons or staff, used to generally discipline those who break festival rules. The Eyo Festival can also be described as a spiritual cleansing of the land and people and used to escort the soul of a deceased noble into the afterlife. It invokes blessings and peace for the community, purges the city of evil spirit and misfortunes. The festival is organized by 5 major Eyo groups or Igas, also known as palaces, each with its own color and significance. Eyo Adimu, black, is housed in Iga Adimu. Eyo Laba, which is recognized by its red color, has Iga Idungoro as its palace, while Eyo Uniku, renowned for its yellow color, stays at Iga Uniku. Iga Ologede, with its green color, will reside at Iga Ologede, and Eyo Agere, with its purple color, stays at Iga Agere. The main day of the festival is called Oye Day, which falls on Saturday. Prior to this, there are several rituals leading to the Akoko Day, where announcements are made and various traditional rites are performed. What are the rules, regulations, and etiquettes? During the festival, what are the do's and don'ts? During the festival, certain items and behaviors are prohibited, such as wearing of sandals and shoes, since everyone goes barefoot during this period. Also prohibited is the use of motorcycles and bicycles, while public smoking is not allowed, as well as the wearing of hats and caps. Violators are often corrected gently with the okpa by the Eyo. What about the modern evolution of Eyo Festival as a potential for tourism development? While originally a sacred rite,
The Eyo Festival has become a major cultural attraction prominently showcased during Nigeria's independence celebration in 1960, and in subsequent years, it has been used to honor dignitaries and promote the heritage of Lagos. It does not occur annually, but rather on special occasions, often at the discretion of the Lagos monarch or Bar of Lagos as the custodian of the tradition. The festival combines ritual, theater, music, and community spectacle, and it is often considered a precursor to the modern Nigerian carnival. The Eyo Festival has inspired modern performances and literature in Nigeria and reflects the depth of Yoruba spirituality, the importance of ancestors, and the interplay between tradition and modernity. Olumide Shokoya reporting for SOUQ News TV.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from Rivers State, from Opobo in Rivers State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married. And I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university. And we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but we kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pick, and they were like, whoa, the other Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. Oh, so they came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, wow, no, it was like a big deal to them, for us. Absolutely, upbringing, my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you say. If you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? You understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors, but when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know? So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Lever Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all in the Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we're hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children you will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy, whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family. And I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said they're having something in school, I'm there. Okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the number encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from BIC that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking at what. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like Ashok and I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities. So that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah, this is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked at me and like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week, you know. I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will beg me, the top fashion designers that would, when the Alfadi does this, they want every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing, it's not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing and what of man goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that now. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? There are those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is. Wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well. They love you. They want to take care of you. But nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women. Some leave. Some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try and be as independent as you can. Financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. A man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy. It makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you to earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control. To be loving. All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them once, oh my goodness, they will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house. So maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of, I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revamp, revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate.